morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for Friday, December 11th, 2009. We are here in the John Ferraro Council Chamber, room 340 of City Hall. We meet here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m., and we meet the first Friday of the month out in Van Nuys City Hall. But we welcome those who have joined us here in Council Chambers for our last Friday meeting before the winter recess. We also welcome our viewers on Channel 35, which very kindly broadcasts us throughout the city's cable system live each meeting and also rebroadcasts us during the evening. We're available through two other media. One is through the internet, and you can always log on to our city's homepage at lacity.org, and there's live streaming webcasts of our council meetings, as well as archive footage of all of our past council meetings as well. There are links to city departments and services and different ways to improve the quality of your life there. The last way to follow our council meetings is through your telephone, and that number is 213-621-CITY. Again, that's 213-621-CITY. It's called Council Phone, and you can listen in through your telephone to any of these proceedings as well as any of our committee proceedings as well. Our agendas are available in the back for the public. Those are made available 72 hours in advance or 24 hours in advance for our special items. Those are available in person here at the City Clerk's office or online at lacity.org. All the supporting materials which council members read for those items is available to the public as well. If you go at lacity.org to the Clerk Connect side of the page, there you can take any of the agenda items and click on the reports that we get from our city departments, our chief legislative analysts, and our city administrative officer as well for your information and edification. We begin each Friday with a series of presentations that mark important dates, groups, and individuals here in Los Angeles, and this is no different. We have a number of presentations that will be before us today. With that, I'm going to actually hand it over to our President Pro Tem, Councilwoman Jan Perry, as I think I have the first presentation, so I will hand it.
Thank you.
Got my glasses. There you go.
You need your glasses? Here you go.
And the mic's on, so you know.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President Garcetti, and our first presentation will be with President Garcetti, Council District 13.
Come on up, guys. Everybody stand over here. The whole team. Come. Good morning again, and thank you. One of the finest educational establishments we have in the city is in the heart of the city. And I know it has, there are a number of us who have taken classes there. It has a couple graduates from this council. I know Mr. Parks was a graduate of LACC, as well as Mr. LaBonge, who played sports there, if I recall. And Los Angeles City College is really not only in the heart of Los Angeles, it is the heart of Los Angeles, providing opportunities for residents throughout Los Angeles to get good education, to improve the quality of their lives, and to provide opportunities for themselves and their families. And today I'm happy to celebrate LACC's latest accomplishment, which is that the Math Club at Los Angeles City College has won the American Mathematical Association of Two-Year Colleges National Championship. Let's give them a round of applause for that. Now, lest you think this has come out of nowhere, this is their third national championship and the 8th top 10 finish in the 9 years that they have participated in the mathematics competition. I was telling them the most important formula here in the council chambers, which is what, Mr. Zine? What do you have to know how to add to here? What's the most important math formula here in the city council chambers? What do you have to know to add to? What number?
8.
There you go. Add up to 8 and you can get any piece of legislation or most pieces of legislation passed. Very good, Mr. Zine. The highest scores this year were posted by LACC's Hekaz Stepanyan and Valentina Babuchian, Anahit Anayan, Kyun Park, Brian Kim, and Junghoon Young. With the help of faculty professors Anatoly Nikolaichuk and Roger Wolf, who are here, and we congratulate all of you on your accomplishment. As we know, math is the foundation for so much. Math is the foundation in this city. We have a program, for instance, to get good jobs to help replace our electrical lines and to work on our water lines, the Department of Water and Power, that too few Angelinos were getting. We were hiring people from outside the city, but we went directly into our high schools and started impressing the importance of math to be able to learn some of the basic engineering, to be able to get good paying jobs in the trade industries. And now we see more African Americans and Latinos on the pipeline to those jobs because of the work that we've done, first with emphasizing math. If we're going to succeed as a city as well, we're going to need educational opportunities that are as diverse as the people who live here. I think by hearing the names that I just announced, they represent that great, beautiful diversity of the city. LACC is just south of Little Armenia, but we know we're the second largest Armenian city in the world, one of the largest Korean cities in the world. When you look at the immigrants who have come from the former Soviet Union and Russia, you see all those reflected in the faculty and the winners who are part of this as well. We are very, very proud to not only represent LACC, but to celebrate the Math Club today. The LACC's vocational programs, certificate programs, degree programs, and basic skills courses fill a crucial need for preparing our workforce for the jobs of today and tomorrow, and extracurricular academic programs like the Math Club really prepare our students as critical thinkers and engaged citizens. So congratulations again to the students and faculty on being 2009 National Math Champions. And let me hand it over to a dear friend of mine who is the leader of LACC, a woman who has done a tremendous job, not only opening new facilities, but in very tough times navigating the cutbacks that we all face, but doing a great job with a great campus. Please welcome Dr. Jamila Moore. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, President Garcetti, and also thank you, Los Angeles City Council. I'd also like to say a special hello to some of the familiar faces here that I had an opportunity to work with during my time in Sacramento representing Los Angeles County Office of Education and the statewide Chancellor's Office of Community Colleges. We're very excited to be here today. As you know, Los Angeles City College is in the heart of Hollywood and represents 18,000 students in preparing future leaders and individuals for the workforce. I'd like to turn it over to the chair of the math department, Professor Roger Wolf, who can give you some information about the great things that we've done with these students, and we're very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
They told me I have 2 minutes to do this. LACC Math Club was formed 9 years ago for the purpose of encouraging our students to enjoy and excel in the learning of mathematics. Over time, it has increased in popularity among our students, and currently the active membership is about 50 of some of our best math, science, and business students at LACC.
A little closer to the microphone just so they can hear you.
Each Friday during spring and fall semesters, members of our club meet with the club advisor, Anatoly Nikolaichuk, from 9:30 a.m. until noon. During these meetings, club members consider how to solve mathematics problems taken from past national contests and Olympiads. The advisor does not solve the problems for them. Members of the club pose possible solution methods in group discussion, vet different approaches, and come up with solutions. Often, by working together, club members devise more than one method of solution, sometimes better than the ones that have been provided with the problems. These activities have developed creative and innovative thought processes in our students and good approaches to problem solving. Many of our graduated club members have gone on to earn bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees in the areas of business, science, and mathematics at four-year institutions in California across the country. 2 of our graduated female club members now teach mathematics at Cal State University, Los Angeles. During the 9 years of life of the club, members have participated in the annual AMATIC, that's the American Mathematical Association of Two-Year Colleges, mathematics competition, along with more than 190 two-year institutions across the nation. Over this period, the LACC Math Club has won the national championship 3 times, in 2004, 2007, and again in 2009. The annual AMATIC competition consists of 2 rounds of tests, 1 round in fall and the 2nd round in spring. The school with the highest aggregate score in the 2 rounds is the annual winner. The club has just received the results of our fall round for the 2010 competition. Our current standing for this year after the first round is again #1 in the nation.
Very good. And let me give this certificate of thanks to our department chair, Roger Wolf, for his work on behalf of the national champions. and invite forward Anatoly as well to say a few words and to give him, the professor who's really been behind a lot of this as well. Please give him a round of applause, and we'll hear a couple words from him as well. There you go. Please.
Thank you so much. We have great club, and we have wonderful transferring. My students transfer to Berkeley, Stanford, most of them UCLA. 1 year ago, my student transferred to MIT. I am really happy. Thank you.
All right. And again, let's give a great round of applause to the students who did the work and who earned this great award, not only for themselves and for their school, but for all of Los Angeles. National champions. Again, it's not just the Lakers, it's LACC's Math Club. Congratulations. Congratulations, guys. Let's come back here. We'll take a picture together. You can sneak through this way, too.
Council District 14, if you are ready to go. All right, Mr. Smith, I think you're ready to go? Great.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a pleasure to have another group here from Cal State Northridge, visiting Cal State Northridge. I have had the pleasure over the years of working with the University of California at Northridge, who is one of the finest programs in the country of exchange programs, particularly with China, who is becoming obviously one of America's greatest trading partners and cultural partners. And today we have another one of those groups of very distinguished officials from China who are visiting us here. These are officials who are in education, planning, construction, transportation, public safety, and other areas of the regional and municipal government from several districts of the Shanghai region. We also have professors here from Hohai University, Jilin University, and Inner Mongolia University. And of course, you will remember that we've had on a number of occasions here our good friend, Dr. Justine Zinzu Su. So we welcome them once again. They're here in the U.S. as part of an exchange program at Cal State University Northridge, China Institute, which is the foremost institute, I think, in the country in China exchange programs, and meant to promote understanding of the Chinese culture and strengthen their friendship and understanding between the American people and the people of China. CSUN's China Institute has been a leading program for over 25 years. In that time, it has had hundreds of students here and scholars from China and in exchange with the United States. While they're here, they're participating in leadership training, carrying out research projects, and lecturing for graduate classes in such subjects as Chinese music, which Cal State Northridge has a beautiful program on. If you ever get a chance to go see some of those Chinese music concerts, they're really beautiful. Economic development, public administration, and urban planning in China. Some of the research projects that come out of their exchange are comparative studies in neighborhood council systems, which I think Los Angeles is one of the leaders in the country in, and traffic management. Now, I've got to say I have been to Shanghai on 3 occasions. Of course, I live here in Los Angeles. I would not really use either of them as a good transportation model or best practices, but we're happy to see you here to study those things. We always are interested in the results of those studies. We're also very interested, obviously, in having you here. Mr. Labange, who is not here at the moment, has been to Shanghai numerous times, as have I. We've looked at your tremendous transportation that you're building with your maglev train that leaves the Pudong Airport, and also the new Pudong area, which is an amazing accomplishment. They built an area of Shanghai, Pudong, which is 4 million people, the size of Los Angeles, and they did it in about 15 years. We took 300 years to get to this size. They did that in about a little over 10 years. So we can learn a lot from the Chinese exchange. We can also give them a lot of ideas on what can be done to spread democracy in the world, and we're very excited always to have our exchange program here from China, from Shanghai area, all these scholars and future leaders of China, and help us also in Los Angeles as we look at our problems and learn from them. So once again, Dr. Su, we welcome you and your program, and all the members of the City Council. If you'd give a big welcome to our friends from China.
Thank you very much, Councilman Smith, and for your warm welcome, and thank you all of our councilmen for your continued support and interest in developing and promoting friendship, understanding, exchange, and collaboration with Chinese scholars and Chinese economic enterprises, and to benefit our people here, to benefit our students and faculty here. I'm very proud to be here to present our visiting scholars from China. And we have the China Institute at CSUN. We have received and hosted several hundred visiting scholars and young leaders from China. All of them returned to China, assumed very important positions in the municipal government, in the national government. They are leading the reform and development in China. And a large part of it is to promote economic partnership with the United States, with American enterprises, with American higher education institutions. And so we look forward to making continued contributions and to this development. And then we thank you for your continued support. And I also would like to invite Mr. Lu, our leader of our Chinese scholars here, to say a few words. Mr. Lu.
Thank you for your nice welcome. It's our honor to attend your council meeting. And on behalf of my delegation, I welcome you, all of you, to attend 2010 Shanghai World Expo. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take some pictures. So.
Thank you, Mr.
Madam
Smith.
President, thank you very much.
Ms. Han, are you ready to go?
Yes. Do I have something? Sorry.
It's okay.
Good morning, colleagues. This is one of those great stories right out of a TV show, and it happened on Thanksgiving morning. And Thanksgiving morning, I got up and do what I usually do, which is go to my local Starbucks in San Pedro and get my morning Joe. I arrived a little before 7 a.m. I wanted to get my coffee and then get back home, and I was cooking for my family and my relatives. And I pulled into my parking lot, and there were, several black and whites. There was the Air Force, law enforcement was there on the scene. The crime tape had already been put up, and I thought, what has happened? I then caught my friend Andy Simone, LAPD officer, wearing civilian clothes. Seems like he was there as well, just trying to get a cup of coffee. On closer inspection, his entire shirt was ripped. See your chest? I know, it's a nice chest. Andy, what happened? And I glanced to the patrol car, and there was a suspect in the back seat, and I began to hear the story unfold. Andy, as he does many mornings, was sitting in Starbucks, drinking his coffee, when it was apparent that someone walked in and went straight for the tip jar, grabbed the money, and started to walk out. And Andy said, I'm probably paraphrasing, but Andy said, you can't do that. These women work hard, and a few men, work hard for their tips. You can't just leave. And the suspect apparently blew Andy off, ran outside. Andy got up, left his coffee, chased the robber, and at that point, I guess he threw a punch at Officer Simone, not knowing you were a police officer, and you began wrestling him and getting into a fight, subduing him yourself. Apparently there's a few passerbys, but no one offered to help. And you actually arrested him and detained him until you got back up. Meanwhile, I guess the folks in Starbucks were calling 911, and I guess when they said, officer needs help, that's when everybody showed up on the scene. But it was Officer Simone, who's been with LAPD, I think, 31 years, Lieutenant Simone. and we're hoping someday he'll get promoted, especially because of this incident. Lieutenant Simone, off-duty officer, saw what needed to be done, was not going to even think for a moment about his own safety or his own life, and immediately went after this suspect to really ensure that justice was served that morning and that someone who illegally came in there and took money was going to be arrested. The other part of the story that I found fascinating was our new chief of police, Charlie Beck, was working patrol in Southeast on Thanksgiving. So this story is really just as much, I think, about his character as it is about Lieutenant Simone's character. He heard it on the radio and wondered what was going on down in San Pedro. Heard later that when he heard the details of what was going on, he actually suspected that it might be Andy Simone involved in this incident. He came down. So there we all were in Starbucks at 7:30 in the morning, the chief of police of the Los Angeles Police Department and Lieutenant Simone, who acted with bravery and courage, and certainly you guys are all heroes, but I think this really showed that you're willing anytime, day or night, to protect and serve the people of our great city. And I owe you a huge debt of gratitude, as does everybody. We're going to have a little community celebration Sunday morning in the Starbucks parking lot, and all the businesses and all the employees of that shopping center are going to thank Andy Simone for doing what comes as second nature to most police officers, and that's to protect and to serve. So, Andy, on behalf of the City of Los Angeles, I wanted to give you this certificate that is in recognition of going above and beyond the call of duty to apprehend a suspect who took money from the Starbucks at 27th and Western in San Pedro on November 26, 2009. It's with great pleasure that I commend you for your heroic action and professionalism, particularly while off-duty. You are a true reflection of the Los Angeles Police Department's motto, to protect and to serve. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you very much.
You're my hero.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've known Andy Simone for many years. He's a member of the San Pedro community, member of the LAPD over 30 years, a lieutenant of police, and what he displayed is what's displayed by members of the LAPD to protect the members of the community. Now, he's a management individual, he's a watch commander, pushes a lot of paper, signs a lot of documents, but it shows the character of Andy Simone in the Los Angeles Police Department. When a crime occurs, whether they're on duty or off duty, they jump into action and do what people expect them to do. Andy's been in San Pedro, a legend in San Pedro, for many, many years, but this is reflective of his commitment to the people of Los Angeles. After all these years of public service, still jumps into action and eliminates the crime report of another robbery taking place within the city of Los Angeles. And it's because of the efforts of Lieutenant Simone and people who work for him, other members of the LAPD, that want to keep this a safe city, that are willing to make that sacrifice, unknowing if this individual is armed or unarmed, make that sacrifice for the protection of life and property in the city of Los Angeles. So he doesn't receive a lot of accolades, but he deserves them, along with all the folks down in Harbor, way down in Harbor Division, where people sometimes forget that there's a police department, Los Angeles Police Department, and the Port Police that protect that beautiful community, Wilmington, San Pedro. But Andy, congratulations. I know that you love your job as a member of the LAPD. I love being a member of the department in a leadership position as Lieutenant of Police. And I'm just proud to say I know you as a friend, and humbled to stand here to acknowledge you, and your captain and sergeants are also here to show respect for what you have done. And people might think, well, it's no big deal. Well, you could have just continued drinking your coffee and the crime takes place and they make a crime report, but you jumped up, took action, and then now with Janice Hahn saying that the community is going to show their appreciation, but that's what LAPD is about. So I'm sure your colleagues recognize that, and now we can show it to Los Angeles through Channel 35, so people around Los Angeles will know the dedication of the men and women of the Los Angeles Police Department. You are a true reflection of what professionalism is about, so congratulations on behalf of the people of Los Angeles. And Janice, thank you for bringing them forward to have this recognition, because it wouldn't have been known. People would not know about it. Just a little part of San Pedro, another crime, but now people know. Don't commit a crime in the city of Los Angeles, in particular when Andy Simone's either on duty or off duty, because he will protect it.
That is so
Thank
true.
you. Keep up the good work, Andy.
Thank you. Thank you. That was great, Dennis. That's exactly right. I also wanted to recognize Lieutenant Simone's colleagues from Internal Affairs are here today. I don't know if you wanted to introduce them. Would you like to say something?
Just very briefly, I think everything was said, but I started that day, Thanksgiving morning, not thinking that anything would happen, and I think the message is, you come into the 15th Council District or the San Pedro area and commit a crime, you're going to go to jail. So, with that, thank you to all the City Council, a lot of my friends up here, a lot of familiar faces, and I appreciate this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. Our next presentation will be from Councilmember Herb Wesson of the Great 10th District.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and members. Today is Pet Adoption Friday. It's Adopt a Pet. It's Adopt a Dog. I've got Mercedes, who's with our animal services, and she has with her, in fact, take the camera off of me if we can, because I don't need to be adopted. But I would like Blue, the dog, maybe you can move a little bit in front. Nobody can see Blue. There he is. Now, yeah. Yeah, there he is. Now, Mercedes, you try to...
There you go.
Okay, now, Blue is wearing his holiday gear. He is 2 years old. He is an American Staff mix. He has some basic skills. In fact, Mercedes, we're going to try to make him lay down and sit. So you... See, all righty. And as she can make him sit. So obviously he's a smart dog, and he's looking for a home. And if you're interested in Blue, please call 888-452-7381. Now, another thing that I was told was that Blue really gets along well with other dogs. So if you're looking for, you need a companion for a dog that you already have, then Blue may be the perfect dog. He's as big as he's going to get. He's very friendly. And again, looking for a home. Mercedes, did I miss anything? So anyway, 888-452-7381. We're going to keep Blue and Mercedes here for a little longer. I had received some requests from the advocates in the animal community, the dog community, to try to bring in a few larger dogs. So the last dog was a bigger dog, and he was adopted by Luke Robitaille, the former hockey player. So Blue is our holiday gift. And we hope somebody again calls us at 888-452-7381. And if you call and Blue has already been adopted, don't worry. We have several shelters and hundreds of dogs. In fact, Michael, carry on. You want him, Michael? I thought I saw Mike. There he is. Anyway, take... I already got two. Legally, you can have 3 in the city of Los Angeles. Okay, anyway, let's find Blue a home.
Got it. Right. Mr. Garcetti. Whatever.
telling you, he'd be great. I wasn't sure if he's a dog or a pig, but I think so.
We say good, he's pretty dog.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It's my pleasure to have a second presentation today for a great group. And you'll notice, where is he? Is he hiding? Come on over here. You'll notice a man who often is on the other side of the ropes from the Los Angeles Police Department, our own beloved Harry Edo, who is here, who brought to our attention a wonderful group that we are honoring today that I know he works with as well, called Layers of Love. Layers of Love is a nonprofit organization that was created with a very simple goal: providing birthday celebrations to children who are living with HIV and AIDS. Some of the children who are served by Layers of Love live in poverty. Some of them are victims of abuse. All of them are in need of special attention, and that is something that people who care have stepped forward to give. Layers of Love creates a memorable birthday celebration. They bring gifts, cake, food, entertainment, activities, even police officers sometimes, for children who might not otherwise experience a birthday celebration. And they've partnered with APLA, AIDS Project Los Angeles, and Children's Hospital Los Angeles to conduct HIV/AIDS awareness campaigns and parent support sessions. We know that the problem of AIDS has not gone away. In fact, the lack of education has led in some communities to see the rates rising again of people who are infected with HIV and AIDS. For young people, this is even sadder because they are often born with this condition, come into this condition, and are those who are really the innocent victims of this terrible disease. But we can give them a lot of love, we can give them a lot of hope, and we can let them know that they are supported by the city, and Layers of Love does that. They've recently been honored by West Hollywood City Council, also by New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg. And so as they spread their love, we are giving it back to them. They're getting back literally what they give. So today we celebrate Layers of Love and applaud the generosity of spirit that is shown through its caring deeds. Layers of Love has made the lives of children living with HIV/AIDS a little bit brighter and a whole lot happier. And with that, I'd like to give this resolution that's been signed by all of the City Council, as well as by Mayor Villaraigosa and our City Attorney Carmen Trutanich and City Controller Wendy Gruhl, to Mr. Francis Aquino, who is the Layers of Love President and co-founder, and hear a few words from him. Let's give them a round of applause for all that they do for those children of LA.
Wow. So I guess this is how it feels. You know that feeling when a parent has a kid that won a competition in school, just like the young men and women that we honored this morning, being national champions in the Los Angeles math competition. The board members of Layers of Love are not actual parents yet, but I'm sure that Ethan, Jackie, and Brandon would agree that we consider Layers of Love as our baby. And now that we are being recognized by the City Council of Los Angeles, and a commendation sponsored by none other Council President Eric Garcetti, we can't help but feel like proud parents of our baby, which is Layers of Love. Just last September, we launched Layers of Love here in Los Angeles. And together with these awesome individuals behind me, we combine our resources, our unique skills and talents to form this very special nonprofit organization called Layers of Love, wherein, as Council President Eric Garcetti said, we serve children ages 1 year old to 13 years old by giving them a very special birthday celebration. One of the parents came up to us and said, what you do is actually very simple, yet very impactful. It makes us inspired. It makes us fight harder so that we can take care of our children. So every month we choose 1 to 3 different families, depending on our resources, and give them that very special birthday party. It may not be like something extravagant, but as simple as having a cake, his family members, some of their friends, and then we celebrate that birthday. We're very passionate about this cause because when if you look back into our childhood, I think one of the fondest memories that we have is celebrating our birthdays. You know, when your mom and your dad bring out that birthday cake, you can instantly see the child's face brighten up, his eyes light up. And this is why we work tirelessly every single day to serve these children. We want we want to be able to have this reaction from these children, and we want to have this one very special day in their lives to consider their own, to make it very special. So together with the board members, Ethan, Jackie, and Brandon, we would like to thank the City Council of Los Angeles and Council President Eric Garcetti for recognizing the work that we do. And we also ask everyone to please support our organization. And hopefully we can...
Website you want to put?
Yes, it's www.layersoflovela.org. You can just go in, get more information, and hopefully, because through the donations from individuals and sponsors and donors, this is how we are able to celebrate this kid's birthday. We also urge everyone to join us in spreading layers upon layers of love so that we can make a difference in a child's life, maybe one birthday cake at a time. So thank you so much.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Reyes is next.
You're all responsible for this. Come on. All right. Good morning, colleagues. Buenos dias. I'm really proud to stand here today and recognize and celebrate Barbara Greaves. Colleagues, one round of applause for Barbara Greaves. Let's do it from the family. It's an honor and a privilege to celebrate and acknowledge her work, her dedication to the city of Los Angeles. Colleagues, Barbara has been with the city for 27 and a half years. She has worked for Council Office Nate Holden. I heard you read in a book. No? Okay. The Los Angeles Police Department, Department of General Services, City Ethics Commission, and the Office of the City Clerk. But she has served on 13 out of the 15 standing council committees. Barbara is a dynamic woman, balancing a successful career and a family. And this is very special. With a BA from USC and a master's degree from Cal State Dominguez Hills in clinical and community psychology, which you probably exercise in all these committees. She's also a mother of 6, a grandmother of 14, and a great-grandmother. So she deserves a round of applause on that alone. Thank you, Barbara. But more recently, Barbara has served with me for 9 years in the Planning and Land Use Management Committee. And I can share with you, colleagues, and some of you had the experience of either sitting with me or joining the committee, that when you walk into the room, there's always a lot of tension, a lot of nervousness. There's always the pros and the cons. When you're dealing with people's properties, their property rights, it's a very real issue. When the city exercises its planning police powers, it has a true impact on people's lives. And she has had the ability to calm people down. They want to submit their cards. If they don't, and they say they did, everyone turns to Barbara and say, "Where's the card?" And she'll let you know, well, it's over here, it's over there. In a very calm way, continues to move the committee. So for that, I always thank her. When I met her, I believe Hal Bernstein was still the chair. Yes. And as we made the transfer, and Bernstein was a legend in his own time. Okay, I didn't say that, Greg. And that's his chief of staff. Good going, Greg. I hope he's not watching. He essentially has been one of those folks who had a certain style, and I came with my own, this approach. And I think Barbara was a good reason for being able to allow for that level of continuity. I was joined by Wendy Gruhl. Jose Rizar currently is on the committee, but this discussion about marijuana, I wonder. Also, Dennis Zine is there now. Jack Weiss. And who else was on the committee? That was it? And, Paul Koretz was in there for, a couple of months? So you got a little taste of that. But I really cherish her ability to be that steward. I'm going to miss her. And the day we had the lunch for her up in the tower, I mean, he had quite an array of characters there. We had one individual who was known for appealing. We had attorneys from the developers. What was that all about? Okay. Okay, there's a whole section of interest groups. So it is with great pleasure to have Barbara here and her family. I want to thank your support. I want to thank you for lending her to us. Because I know what hard it is. Yes, thank you very much. So now, therefore, be it resolved that by the adoption of this resolution, the Los Angeles City Council, along with the mayor, did I go too fast, Madam President? Does someone want to speak? Okay, I'll stop here and let colleagues speak, then I'll do the presentation.
That'll be fine. Mr. Huizar and Mr. Labange and Mr. Zine would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Madam President. And Barbara, you should be proud, your family should be proud, and the whole city of Los Angeles should be proud. You've served the city well, and I've always been amazed how after a certain item on Plum, we talk about some very technical issues, people are throwing amendments out here and there. At the end of the day, no matter how complicated the issue was, you summarized it very well and you did your job very, very well. I would walk out of there sometimes not knowing what we did, but you had it under control. You're very calm, as Mr. Reyes said, and it's just been a real pleasure to work with you because you've taken your job very seriously and done a fantastic job. And like Mr. Reyes said, you know, we're dealing with some very important items there. People's properties at stake. People's livelihoods are at stake, and we needed someone like you to be there to make sure that someone was paying attention to the details and doing it with such integrity and focus. So thank you. I'm certainly going to miss you. I loved working with you, and thank you so much for all the work you've done for this city. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Labange. Mr. Labange. Mr. Labange?
Thank you very much. Barbara, to be part of the city clerk's office, it keeps the records. Nothing would matter unless the records were kept. To work with the committees, as Mr. Reyes spoke of, to deal with all the dynamics of the council members, the commissioners, the public, the staff. You're a magician, if I could say that, because you did it. And I'm happy for you. But I'm most happy looking at your family, because you got a beautiful family. And the one thing that's so important to anyone is their family, and you have it. So congratulations, Barbara. Thank you for your service to Los Angeles.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Madam President. I was on Plum just a short time, but I've seen your smile around the building for a long time, from the LAPD over to here. But your accomplishments not only here as a city employee, but your family, your grandchildren. It's amazing what you've done with your education, with the job, with the family, and I want to commend you for making it all work, because I see the folks behind you. Those are folks, obviously, that you had to care for, had to tend to, had to make sure they were happy. At the same time, you had to make the city happy and yourself happy. So now with your retirement, you're going to be happy, and they're all going to hopefully be happy, because now you're the one that matters because of all the dedication you've done for everyone. But I remember you at Plum, and you were so calm. You were so calm, as Mr. Reyes says, who chairs the Plum Committee. People come in with all these issues, and you're just like, it's okay. It's going to be done. We'll be here for 8 hours, but it's okay. We'll get it done. So I commend you on that and on your many years of dedicated service to the people of Los Angeles. I mean, everything you packed up in the package is absolutely fantastic, from education to family to commitment to the people of Los Angeles. So enjoy that retirement, well-deserved, and we will miss you, miss that calm demeanor. In the aspect of crisis, you were always there to lend that helpful hand that will sail through it in a very positive fashion. So bless you and your family, and many happy retirement checks to you, because you deserve them all. Congratulations.
All right, Mr. Reyes, back to you.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I finish this, I wanted to ask one of Barbara's family members a question, because I just want us to understand the profound impression she has made, not only for the city, but for her family. And she really gives. One of the youngest granddaughters, I want to ask you, how has your grandmom influenced you, and what are you going to do when you go to college, and which college?
I'm going to go to USC College. I'm going to go to USC College, and my grandma, she shows me that you love your family, go to work, and support them, and love everyone else.
Thank you, Sherry. So that truly is my great honor to say this. Now therefore be it resolved that by the adoption of this resolution, the Los Angeles City Council, along with the mayor, city attorney, and city controller, hereby express appreciation to Barbara Greaves on her retirement, commend her for more than 27 years of conscientious city service to the city of Los Angeles and its residents, and wish her many years of enjoyable retirement and continued happiness with her family and friends. Barbara, this is for you. Congratulations. The mic is yours.
Thank you, honorable council members, for allowing me to appear before you today to accept this commendatory resolution. I wanted to say many things. I had prepared a canned speech, and I'm going to turn to that because now I have your undivided attention. But I need to be able to tell you, first of all, how much I appreciate working for the city of Los Angeles and serving its citizens. I wanted to be able to tell you how I have been dedicated to you because I was, as a resident and a native-born Los Angelino from born in Boyle Heights. I want to tell you that my heritage is here in the city of Los Angeles. My family is a third and fourth generation Los Angelinos. I wanted to also tell you that I could not have performed any of my responsibilities and duties here without the help of my colleagues, all of the city departments, the boards, the department heads, the fellow legislative assistants, the CLA, CAO, and the city attorney's advice. I want to tell you how much I appreciate everyone's work. I have many memories of growing up because I want to tell you when you retire, Councilmember Zine, especially since you mentioned retirement, you have this vision of going on trips and going home to sit back. I don't know when that's going to happen because I haven't seen a day of peace since I left City Hall on October 23rd. Just full of enjoyment, but it's all what you like to do. That's the only difference. The only difference is you're doing the things you like to do. But still, I haven't had maybe 8 hours of sleep since October 23rd. I want to say that my memories here in Los Angeles are mainly of going to, me and my brother walking up on Sunday morning to the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum and the museum. Way back when 50 cents was a lot of money, eating ice cream and going through the museums, watching the Dodgers play at the Coliseum. I was my dad's girl. And just attending the Griffith Parks and the place that we know as landmarks here in the city. I guess if you ask me why I'm so dedicated to the service, I had no intentions of coming to work for the city of LA. Initially, I had a master's in clinical and community psychology. I walked in the doors and I got hooked. I got hooked on the city of Los Angeles. So I'm going to read my canned part of my speech, but I did want to say this part to my council members. And as I look across the room, I look at you, but I also look at your bosses, for some of you. For you, Councilmember Smith, it was Councilmember Hal Burnson. For you, Councilmember Herb Weston, it was Councilmember Nate Holden. For you, Councilmember Perry, it was Councilmember Rita Walters. For you, Councilmember Weezer, it was the school board for which you worked so hard for. And I didn't work for the school board, my sister did. Councilmember Tom LaBonge, it was Councilmember John Ferraro. And I can go on with a few more, but I think it's more important that you know that as a city family, we face challenges every single day. And that the people there that are part of your support staff and out in the audience, we want to make things work for you, the decision makers. So now I'm going to open up my canned part and I'll let you go about the city of Los Angeles, the business. First thing I wanted to say is that the city of Los Angeles has much to be proud of. And when I was thinking about the things that came in my mind, the things that I want to mention today just briefly, and I cannot do a comprehensive list, I thought about the fact that the city now has more stage theaters and museums than any city in the city of Los Angeles. The port is the busiest in all of the United States. The city now has a proposed Los Angeles River Revitalization Master Plan for the city of LA's rivers restoration. The city in the last few years has been more devoted to creating affordable housing and has, in the last couple of years, come up with the hillside development regulations. The city has also tried to come up with means for improved infrastructure, transportation, and strategies for smart growth. One thing that I also can have appreciation from when working with former Councilman Joel Wax is the development of citizens' participation and the creation of now more than 89 neighborhood councils. And finally, I'd like to say that the city now allows, and I want to emphasize this, public access via the internet because of the support that you've given the city clerk's office for a live on demand and council file management system. Now, I would be remiss in not thanking a few people here, and this will be my final finale for today, or my finale. I would like to thank my family for their support throughout the years. I had my family in the middle. My daughter insisted that I put them on top. But I want to thank my family. I would like to thank the mayor, the city council, all elected officials and city officers, as I mentioned before, city departments. I would also like to personally thank Councilmember Reyes for allowing me to attempt to run his committee. I would like to thank many of you for supporting me and the things that I would attempt to do in my personal life. And one sticks out of my mind is Councilmember Weezer, when you wrote me the recommendation letter to the school. I appreciate that. And finally, I'd like to thank the citizens of Los Angeles for allowing me to serve them. Thank you. I love LA.
We love it.
Thank you very much, Barbara, and thank you so much as well, Councilmember Reyes, for that very special presentation. If we can please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson-Stein, Garcetti, 11 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
All right. First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Alarcon moves and Mr. Koretz seconds. Without objection, that will be approved.
Next item is commendatory resolutions for approval.
All right. Mr. Smith moves and Mr. Wesson seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well. And I'll recognize for our final presentation, Mr. Alarcon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As you know, we have tried to do monthly child safety presentations, and this month, obviously, we're in the holiday spirit, a lot of gift giving, and it's important for us to keep that safety theme. And so we recognize organizations that resemble the child safety theme. This month we are recognizing our own Los Angeles Fire Department. We sometimes take for granted that the federal regulations and whoever's responsible for product manufacturing out there, that they are doing everything, and so our children are safe. If you see a product in the store, automatically you think, oh, it must be safe, it's in the store. But the truth is that we've heard more and more stories about recalls of this and that. Last year there was a huge scandal about Chinese toys and lead content, and all of these things are critical for us to have a better understanding of, so that our young people do not suffer from the effects of these unsafe products. But our Los Angeles Fire Department does something very special that I wanted to inform you of, and I want to recognize them for and thank them for. And that is, they have created a widget on their website that you can pull up, and it will list all the products that have been declared to be unsafe. And it's pretty cool. I'm showing up some of it. You're not going to be able to see all of these, but here are some pajamas that have been recalled. Here's truck that was recalled because of lead paint, and these are all on the LAFD widget. I just learned what a widget is, by the way, but I'm not the most high-tech guy. So the widget is a box on the web page, and it has a particular subject or theme. And in any case, another one is, this is a plush book. It looks pretty safe, but it was recalled because of a choking hazard. This is a children's hooded sweatshirt with drawstrings that has a strangulation hazard associated with it. Here, this looks like something my daughter Camila has in her bedroom with a million toys in it. But it's a cake toy, and it has a choking hazard because it has all these little things that people like Camila will chew off and swallow. So we want to thank the fire department for making our holiday season brighter and throughout the year for protecting our entire community, but in this particular case for especially focusing their efforts to ensure that little kids are safe. I can tell you that I've known enough firefighters to know that the worst thing that they respond to is a child issue, particularly if it's a traumatic event or a death, because they have their own kids at home. And so I know that that's why they were inspired to do this. They're not just about red tape, they're about human emotion. So it's my pleasure to recognize them and to commend them for this tremendous work. At this time, I'd like to present to you Chief Butler and Chief Villanueva to speak on behalf of the LAFD.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman, Council President, members of the Council, and especially members of the public and the viewers on Channel 35. Talking about child safety during the holidays. Also, I'm a father with 2 young daughters, so this is also a very important theme. I really relate to that, how we feel that connection with kids. The fire department is not only about holiday safety, it doesn't come to fires and fire safety, but it's also about children's safety during the holidays. Toy safety is an equally important part of our business and getting that education out. As part of our public safety education programs, we've established a link, a widget on our website, and it takes you to the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission. We've partnered with them, who they will list you, like Councilman is showing you, all the different toys and recalls and items of interest. But also that widget also uses that powerful tool of social media or knowledge media where you can get these links sent to your phone or your web-enabled phone or your PDAs. The consumers can add this phone, they can blog about products out there, and it's just a really powerful tool to get this information out. On our LAFD website, you can go to the blog, and on the blog it also gives you other important safety messages. But toy safety and holiday safety is really important. We just ask parents and those who are giving gifts this holiday season to just take that extra precaution. Because I have to tell you that during this time we celebrate a lot. We all celebrate in our each unique ways. We really need to pay attention to the season too. This is the time of year when I really take a special interest in safety because we get really carried on with all the festivities. So on behalf of the department, thank you for everything. Our website, lafd.org, go to our blog site, and there you'll find the link with this crucial information. I'd like to have Chief Villanueva speak about our toy program with the department.
Thank you very much. Council President, Council members, I'm the commander of the Community Liaison Office, and I handle the toy program for the fire department. And I know this might be a question that you're all asking because I know you have received some toys from our toy program, and probably just a few. Yeah, just a few. And we actually do go through and we sort through each one of those. The pictures that Councilmember Alarcon brought up and showed you, we actually have a briefing in the morning with all of the volunteers. And the volunteers go through there, sort through to make sure that we are giving out the best toys and the safest toys. I'll give you an example of what we encountered the other day. We actually got a doll and this wasn't something that was on the website, it's just part of the sorting process, a doll that had nails in the head, and when you stuck your finger in the mouth, it actually gave you a substantial shock. So that's not something, obviously, that we want out there. So we're looking at everything to make sure and assure you that everything is safe. The LAFD's toy program, we've been in partnership with Channel 7 Spark of Love for 17 years, and also for 32 years we've had our own program of Toys for the Needy Children. So with that, we've given out probably, I think last year, over 114,000 toys. And so we're going to continue to do our best. Make sure to visit our website, and all of you have a very safe holiday season. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. I want to mention a couple of things. That all of us are involved in toy drives. I know we have our own Gift of Christmas program. We literally give out 5,000 to 10,000 toys every year. So if you would like the fire department to check, the community liaison section will be happy to check your toys. Or even if you're just at home and you have some toys that you're not sure whether they're safe for your kids, or you might think about buying a product, if you want to run it by the community liaison's office, take it to their office. They'll be happy to assess it, do their best at giving you indications of what the safety hazards might be. So we want to thank the fire department. And with that, on behalf of the City Council, I'd like to present this certificate to recognize the Toy and Children's Product Recall Widget program by the Los Angeles Fire Department. It's not just about putting out fires, it's about making our community safe, and in this case, many, many children's lives can be saved and preserved from serious injury because the fire department is doing something more than putting out fires. Thank you so much. Continued congratulations. Thank you. Here you go.
Right here in the middle.
All right.
Mr. Reyes?
President, I just made for a second, as pictures are being taken, we have a group of women, 18 women, mothers and neighbors of Temple Beaudry. This is their first visit to City Hall. They just went to the tower, and they're going to be coming to my office. But what's amazing is that Temple Beaudry is just right over the freeway, not 5-6 blocks from here. And to have them here, for me, is a big step in understanding their role in the city, their role in the neighborhoods. And Temple Beaudry has gone through a series of tragedies, some shootings, young people dying. We just got the school built in the Belmont area. So there's a lot of good things that are happening, and it's creating the kind of confidence where the moms are organizing, the teachers are coming together, managers of apartments are now speaking to each other and the neighborhood. And through them, I believe we can build the kind of healthy neighborhood that can start helping us deal with the gang issues and all the things that are essentially plaguing our community. So, muchas gracias por estando aquí. Esa es su casa. Los impuestos de cada uno de ustedes pagan nuestro salario. Ustedes ojalá pueden seguir con confianza llegando aquí en este edificio municipal. Muchas gracias y bienvenidos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. If we can go to the agenda, please, and run through the items on the agenda.
Before beginning the regular agenda, Mr. President, there's a request to continue item number 23 to next Tuesday, which is December 15th.
Is there any objection, colleagues, to continuing that till the 15th? That's item 23. If not, let's go ahead and continue that. Next items.
On the regular agenda, items for which public hearings have been held, items 1 through 6. Items 3, 4, and 5, the committee reports have been submitted and distributed to the council members. And on item number 6, there are 2 reports on the file.
Which are those?
They are a Public Works Committee report and a communication from the chair of EN.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Perry?
I just want to call 4 and 5 special.
Okay. We'll call 4 and 5 special for Ms. Perry. Do those reports conflict at all, or can we move both of them on 6?
I believe they can be both adopted.
Okay. We'll move both of them. Is that right, Mr. Huizar? We'll move the Public Works and the...
What numbers are we on now?
That was, we're in 1 through 6, and this was item 6. There are 2 different reports.
Yes, 6, I need to clarify. We could hold that on the desk. Call that special for now to clarify some language on that.
Absolutely. That leaves 1 through 3. Nobody, 1 for Mr. Smith. That leaves 2 and 3. Nobody wishes to call those special. Let's go ahead and open the roll on items 2 and 3. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held, items 7 through 22. 10 votes are required for consideration. And there are cards on 7, 10, and 20.
Okay. We have items 7, 10, and 20, special for cards from the public. Any other specials from council members? Yes, Mr. Reyes.
Item number 10, please.
10 for Mr. Reyes. Other specials, colleagues? If not, let's go ahead and we'll close the public hearings, and if we can please, let's hold up, no, we do have 12 members, so the order is fine. Let's take up the roll on the balance, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Next items on the continuation agenda. Item number 23 has already been acted on, and next items are items 24 through 31, and those are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration on those.
Okay, 26 for Mr. Alarcon, 24 for Ms. Perry. Oh, which one? I'm sorry, Ms. Perry?
24 and 31.
31, okay.
And there are cards on 24 and 29, 30, and 31.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, which were the ones that are cards?
24, 29, 30, and 31.
Okay. All right. If nobody wishes to call any other special, let's go ahead and please open the roll.
Wait. Did you see me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lamonge.
You have 28. Is that called special?
Is 28 called special? No, not yet.
Okay.
Mr. Lamonge?
Thank you.
All right. That leaves two of them. If we can open the roll on those last two, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
All right. That is approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, would you
Call
like
the
to recess the regular meeting and go into the special meeting?
Yes, let's call the roll for the special meeting, please.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 12 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay. First order of business, please.
These are all items for which public hearings have not been held, items 32 through 35, and I believe there are cards on all of them.
Okay. We'll call those special for cards from the public. We will temporarily recess the special meeting, come back to the regular meeting. Before public comment, is going to take up item from the continuation agenda.
Those have already been...
Okay, Mr. Alarcon, item number 26. We're going to come back to a general public comment after that because we lost quorum and those... Sorry? Yeah, there's cards from the public on all 32, 33, 34, and 35. So we're back. Sorry, Mr. Lamonge?
Could you remove 29? I got my answer. 28?
Okay.
I had the wrong number on my
Okay. Let's take
sheet.
up item 28
Thank you.
then, please. If we can take up 28 then. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. If we can then take up item number 26 for Mr. Alarcon. Because that was continued from Wednesday, we're going to take up those items and then come back to general public comment. I know there had been cards that people put in for a number of these as well. Mr. Alarcon, the floor is yours.
27?
I'm sorry, number 27. Oh, it was 27? Okay, I think I called the wrong one special for you. So let's go ahead and let's reconsider 27. So, yeah, let's vote on 26 while it's before us. We did not have any cards on that either. So let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
And if we can take up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Actually, I'm sorry. You wanted the green business certification? The CLA notes show that as 26.
26?
Okay, I think the CLA notes may be just wrong on that. Okay, so let's reconsider item number 27, please. Please open the roll.
There it is.
Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Okay, that is now before us. Mr. Alarcon.
Okay, members, this item was on the agenda for Wednesday, and we're not able to do it as a result of the end of the meeting, rather abruptly, quite frankly. But the nut of it is that the Green Business Certification Program is moving forward. We established this program to identify businesses that are operating in a green manner And for those businesses, the intent is to provide a green seal that they can put on their window in front of their business or in their yellow page advertisement and market it in any way they want to let their customers know that they are operating in a green way. What I want to tell you is that the particular item before us recognizes the selection of the Los Angeles Community College District as the administrator for the program. So they will be administrating a program that will identify which businesses are operating in a green way, qualify for the Green Seal program. But more than that, the Community College District is bringing an educational vehicle to the fore, and they will actually train businesses on how to become green. And so this is a great marriage. A lot of organizations have been involved. We want to thank DWP for funding the $150,000 to support this. Obviously, there's a clear nexus. We want to thank Green Seal, which has been tremendous in helping advocate this program. And then, of course, the Environmental Affairs Department. I see Commissioner Knox is here from DWP. He's helping to shepherd this through their process. I want to tell you this also. We have designated 2 hotels already as Green Seal programs. One is the Bonaventure Hotel, and the other is the Radisson LAX. They are certified Green Seal businesses. Now, they tell me, the Bonaventure, for example, when they changed their operations to consider greening their business, they actually have saved $250,000 a year. So we always talk about closing the loop on the environment, and that last final step is making it profitable. That's exactly what is going on at the Bonaventure Hotel and the Radisson, and we want to thank them for their participation in the program. In addition to that, they are getting customers who are coming to them as an alternative to somebody who is not a green program. I remember when I introduced this in the state Senate, the veto message from Governor Schwarzenegger said he didn't want to do this because it would create unfair competition. Well, I think unfair competition is keeping businesses dirty, and this is a process that will help us clean up businesses, and it should be a race to the top. It's not unfair competition; it's good competition and healthy. So today we're recognizing the Community College District. By the way, there are 73 businesses who have requested to become a Green Seal certified programs, and they will be immediately going through the process with the Community College District. And now we have these programs in the Bay Area in San Francisco, in San Diego, and in Santa Monica. And I can tell you that 73 businesses in this short span of time, just a couple of months, is the fastest growing program that we've ever seen. So for that, we want to thank our own Environmental Affairs Department for coordinating this effort, being the vanguards, and also Mayor Villaraigosa for supporting it as well. I believe that as a result of this, not only will we have businesses that are more conscientious about their environment, we will have customers who will be going to places, making the choice to go to businesses because they're green as opposed to not being green. This will impact 5 different industries: office, employment, auto repair, hotels, and I forget the other 2 off the top of my head. Restaurant and retail. Thank you, Becca. So we have 5 different industries that will be improved as a result of this. So I took a little extra time because there were 4 people who were here last Wednesday to speak, and they did not have the ability to speak because of the lack of quorum. And I think our Director of Environmental Affairs, we really owe a debt of gratitude for her for implementing this program and doing a great job. So we want to thank you again, and I urge your support.
Mr. Garcetti, followed by Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And first, let me apologize both to Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Rosendahl. I think we lost quorum inadvertently on some information as well, and this item was still waiting before us on Wednesday. I know that members of the public and staff were waiting to speak on it as well, so my apologies that happened. But this is a great, great thing, and I want to thank Mr. Alarcon for his work on this. This is something that in my district we've talked to so many businesses about, and you've been very accommodating, talking to the Silver Lake Chamber of Commerce and others who have tried to proactively come up with ways to certify green businesses. You know, this is quite a green town, and you hear that rhetorically, and people say, oh, you know, can you believe it? People are saying that. There are facts that are undeniable. This week we announced that 77%, folks, 77% of all multifamily housing units, and 2.5 years ago we didn't recycle anything in those units. This is over 1 million, well, much more than 1 million people, almost 1 million units now recycle in a free program the city started just 2.5 years ago. We look at the Green Building Ordinance. It's the largest in the country in terms of how many square feet it will cover to build green. And when you look at green businesses, it's another part of that triangle of allowing folks to be out there. And so I've focused my energies to support Mr. Alarcon's work with a green core in LA that in this recession will put people back to work. It'll be a job that people can take to go to a local business or to a residence to let them know how they can be greener and how they can save money. We have a lot of businesses out there that are looking for that information. We published a number of pamphlets in English and Spanish for both residents of homes and apartments and businesses of all the city programs that are out there in one place, and you can find that at cd13.com, cd13.com. But those guides also are a way of us being able then to take a human workforce out there and go door to door and say, hey, change out those light bulbs, get better insulation. Here's a way to make it cooler in the summertime, warmer in the wintertime, to conserve some of your water use. And when you have that seal, I agree with Mr. Alarcon, it not only saves money and the environment, it is a great business advantage competitively. And for our hotels, so many of the green conventions in the country are now coming to LA. We're actually seeing that activity at our convention center. Ms. Hahn knows that as well. And Ms. Perry has worked on the convention center, which is now the largest green certified building retrofit in the country's history. It increased by about 40% all of the square footage in this country for green buildings in one fell swoop. That now allows us to bring those conventions to LA because we can say we've got hotels you can stay at that are green. We can walk now to the convention center. There's activity around there, and all that helps our environment and helps our bottom line. But most importantly, this will help put people back to work, and I appreciate Mr. Alarcon's work on this. Continue to support him any way possible and urge your support today.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, I just want to do a shout out to Mr. Alarcon, and I apologize for breaking that quorum. I was under a feeling that there wasn't a hot issue next on the agenda, and my Committee of Transportation was the third Transportation Committee meeting that started at 2, and I wasn't there, and it was 3:30, and I had a packed house of bicyclists and others, and frankly, I had no idea that there was a real issue, and so when Mr. Alarcon came up to the committee meeting and expressed his concern, I apologized to him flat out and said, my attendance record is the best in the city, by the way, and I go everywhere all the time, and I take it very seriously. So, Mr. Alarcon, I'm very sorry that your issue wasn't discussed and that the quorum was broken, and I appreciate the fact that you brought this up today, and we had a healthy discussion on this greening, which is very important. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. That matter is now up for a vote. Colleagues, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Very well. Next item, please.
Mr. President, item number 28 was adopted inadvertently. There was a card on it. Would you like to reconsider that matter so that can be back before council?
All right. Let's open the roll for reconsideration. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That matter will be reconsidered. Next item, please.
Next item then on the, do you wish to stay with the continuation agenda?
Well, you know, we do have a commissioner that's waiting.
That's in the special meeting. Would you like to recess the regular meeting then for a moment?
Well, why don't we do the commissioner and then we'll go to public comment.
Okay,
that
then.
Shouldn't take that long.
Then council should recess the regular meeting and go back to the special meeting, and that's item number 32.
Number 32, that's confirmation on a commissioner. 32, I think that's Planning Commission.
Yes, and I believe there are cards on that as well.
We have 2 cards on that. Please come forward, sir. And let's hear from the, one is Superman. I guess that would be Clark Kent. And then Zuma Dog. It's hard to read the writing on the cards. I don't know if you're Zumba Dog and Superman, but there's two cards.
It is like, I compare it to Bruce Wayne and Batman, or Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Yes, we have a mayoral appointment, and that always triggers a huge red flag in the Zuma Dog book, y'all. And that's because you have to look at the history the mayor has with his commission appointments. First thing he did when he came into office was appoint 4 people on the pension board, and now the city is facing a bankrupting crisis of billions lost in pension funds, and the city admitted they can't get control of the situation because of the stranglehold Villaraigosa's pension commissioners has over the pension money that's risked on Wall Street. So now we have the planning commissioner right here, and I'm here to say what I'd like to say to the planning commissioner, I'd like to hear what he has to say about the density here in this city, because in case you haven't noticed, downtown real estate's bankrupt. In case you didn't hear, MTA is cutting services. However, this city council says we're going to approve the LA River, we're going to approve this project, density, everything going all over the place, because we're going to be a city with mass transit. Except now they're cutting it. And I have so in other words, I want you to talk to council about no more high-density projects because you don't have the mass transit. The city's way too burdened with too much smog, density, crime. The city can't operate. And you, planning department, and under your commission, make a lot of great rules and regulations. Anytime I see someone from the planning department walking through the city, I'll say thank you for your good, decent work. You make all the rules and regulations, then this city council sits and violates them through variances, exemptions, and turning a blind eye, and now we have complete chaos. So I'm not allowed to use the F word here in council, so I'm going to use the word spike. I have to express my outrage. Spike you, city council. Spike you for your commission appointments that have bankrupted the city, and spike anybody that approves this commissioner. Spike you, council.
Thank you. And I don't know if Zuma Dog, you were also Superman, but there were two cards. And if Mr. Dowd, if you're Superman, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, just say Superman. Just say Superman. That's all you need for the orderly conduct of the meeting. We've been through that 100 times. So look, planning, yes. See, the medical marijuana comes under this. So, here's the problem now with the medical marijuana ordinance. They wanted 1,000 feet from schools and all these things. And when you apply those rules, Eric's district gets none. There's nowhere suitable in Eric Garcetti's district, so there's going to be no dispensaries. So now we've got the planning department going over all these maps of the city, trying to figure out, why don't we make it, why don't we just get Steve Cooley in here and actually get something constructive going with the state instead of trying to be cavalier as usual, trying to make all these regulations that are superseded by state and federal law. I've been here 1,000 times because you tried to violate federal law in the first place, and you've already been ruled against on that one. You take the Honorable Judge Pregerson's rulings when it suits you, except you lost that one because your downtown candidate lost in the election out here in CD2 because they tried to avoid the clean money ethics regulations. So when it comes to planning, we need you to actually get together with the county and you're putting Titanich in an incredibly tough spot because he's stuck between his homies on that side and you guys who he's supposed to represent. So you need to do something, and it needs to be bigger and better than what you've got on the table right now, and that's all I care about with the planning. You're just wrecking it for all the medical marijuana people.
Mr. Reyes?
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, it's with great pleasure to introduce Mr. Eric Holloman, who I believe would be a great candidate. When you look at our challenges in the city, we have many, many people who need a roof over their head. It's not like we're inviting density, the density is already here. What we need is the housing for them. And so there are some real tensions in the city, and how we create that balance requires a set of skills that understands not only the business environment, but understands the neighborhoods, understands its people, that understands how to bring together a consensus I believe Mr. Holloman, in his experience, his professional skills, but also his background from Los Angeles, is the perspective that helps us deal with these tensions and be able to establish an environment that allows us to overcome a crisis that has hit internationally, worldwide, nationally, at the state level, and here at the local level. So we're not alone in this plight, but I think we have a real opportunity to work with very talented people. And I want to thank Mr. Holloman for being here today. He doesn't have to be here. There's many other things he could be doing, but because of his spirit in serving the city, he is donating his time and providing the kind of expertise that I believe this commission needs. Solomon, I want to ask you one question, and please, if you can just share with us a little about your background and in the challenge we have for housing, what would you like to leave with as you depart the commission, assuming you get voted in, which I'm sure you will. But can you just share a little about yourself, your background, and then about your perspective on what you would like to leave in this commission?
Thank you, Councilman Reyes. I am a native Los Angelino, Los Angeles High School, University of Southern California. I've chaired the LA City Employment Retirement System for 4 years and served on that board for 5. And civic duty is important to me. I believe in leaving Los Angeles, a better place than I found it. I think in terms of what I would want to leave the Planning Commission with when my term expired was really what we do at Magic Johnson Enterprises. And what we believe is you can do well and you can do good at the same time. And I think it's important when we're talking about planning and housing and the like to keep that in mind. Yes, there's an investment that needs to be made, and yes, a return on that investment needs to be achieved, but at the same time, you can do good and you can improve the quality of life in the city. So that's what I'd like to do.
Thank you, Mr. Holloman. And again, I encourage an aye vote, and thank you, sir, for your work.
Thank you.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Holloman, I certainly rise to support the mayor's nomination of you to the City Planning Commission, and you do have an amazing background. I've known you for a long time, and I really feel like your diverse background from development and banking, and you really, I think, bring an interesting perspective to our planning department. And I just would love to get your thoughts on how do we really, move forward in this city. Particularly, I'm thinking of my community in South Los Angeles, the Watts community. I mean, we've really struggled to not only build affordable housing, but we're trying to bring commercial retail there, a sit-down restaurant that we haven't had in a long time. We've been trying to build a theater there for kind of as long as I can remember. So I just would love to get your thoughts on, how do we really begin to focus our planning department, our commission on, really kind of accomplishing some important things, even in this bad economic times. What perspective can you bring to us as a city, not just how we plan our city, but kind of how do we make things happen for some of our residents that I think really are really needing this, and I think are certain areas of the city I think are positioned well right now to capture this even before the economy picks up.
I think you're right. There are challenging times. Access to credit is an impossibility. Today it's difficult to forecast, which makes pro formas difficult to do, which leads banks to be somewhat skeptical. I think what I plan to bring to the commission is a creative view, outside of 1 + 1 = 2, and just try to find a way to make 1 + 1 = 3. Perfect. And I think that's the only way that we can be successful in doing the things that districts such as yours desire and should have.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I totally support you in this. I think it's a tough job right now. I think it's always about planning. It's always about land use. That's what every issue is about. That's what every controversy is about. That's what most of the passion in the city is about. That is sometimes what most of the anger is about. It's about how do we use our land. And there are so many competing interests that usually want the same parcel, and we have less and less parcels to really play around with in terms of what we do on there. So I wish you well. I think it's a tough time, but I also think it's an opportune time in the city to really move forward and make this a livable, sustainable city. Good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. And now the matter is before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Congratulations, Mr. Holloman, on your new mission. You're welcome. Okay, we will now do public comment.
Mr. President, council needs to recess the special meeting and then go back to the regular.
And let's do that. Recess, go into the regular. And now we have public comment on items not on today's agenda. Dr. Clyde Williams, our first speaker.
Good morning. Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Today you're going to be discussing several DWP elements. However, there's one that hasn't been discussed yet. Where's Mr. Nahai? Is he filling out his timesheets as requested by one of the motions that have been previously circulated? I don't know. I don't think he has been filling out his timesheets, nor providing us with any indication as to what he has done for the ratepayers of Los Angeles. However, in the background, by the way, his term will terminate in about 2 weeks, I think, so I don't believe he will be handing in any timesheets. However, we do have an interim general manager who's almost paid equal or above that of Mr. Nahai. Maybe we should have the same impositions upon him as we were wanting for Mr. Nahai. That is, let's see the accounting as to what's going on, how much time he's spending on DWP, what work products are being accomplished, because we still have the strategic plan for DWP, as they like to say, one of the largest utilities of municipal level. So where is it? Especially in regard to his work on the solar plan, which some of us call Son of B, SOB. So we are kind of interested in what's going on with Mr. Freeman, in the same way that we were concerned with Mr. Nahai. Yes, and I recognize that he didn't bring his cowboy hat, and I didn't either. But it's not a cowboy hat, because he's from Georgia and
Thank you,
got his
Dr.
law
Williams.
degree.
Thank you, Dr. Just for a point of clarification, Measure B was a solar energy initiative. Patrick Wisman.
Good morning, council members. I'm happy that Mr. Weiser is here. I've been coming up here for the last couple of weeks, and I've been talking about the cannabis situation. And you guys do not understand that the answer is right in front of you. We got agriculture land in the city of LA. When the law was done by the people of California, every little city in California has got a little agriculture land. We got little farms. We have Mr. Weiser here that was worried about the transportation. You don't have to transport it if it grows. We've got the zoning for greenhouses, for the pesticide. It's right here within 10 minutes away. What you guys have to understand, okay, that if you want to control this thing, like Tutanich, you want Tutanich off your back, he wants this thing to grow in-house. He doesn't want to import it, to transfer it, and we have enough room to do that. When this law was made, it was made in a collective, just like a kibbutz, where people, okay, do contribute to all of this. We have enough land. I've got enough land here to drop the price from $600 to $200. That's compassion. And we will not have any problems, okay, with providing it, because anybody with a 5-acre lot, okay, can actually provided, can open up a little shop on the same land. So what you guys have to understand that to solve your problem with the mayor, with Totanich, and to shut down the cartels, you can shut down the cartels within a day because the price will drop and it can grow green. We don't have to use it. 50-60% of cannabis, okay, the price to grow cannabis is with electricity. We can do it with the sun, with greenhouses. So please consider this stuff. You really have, okay, this vacation to think about it. This law was made for California, for little farms, not for Hollywood and Melrose.
Deborah Stevens.
My name is Deborah Stevens. I am here today because I am very concerned by the direction I've seen the medical marijuana dispensary discussions going towards. I voted for the California Compassionate Use Act because I support safe access to medical marijuana for those who truly need it. To me, this means not having locations in industrial areas. The California state law as written is what I voted for, not the willy-nilly interpretation that various cities have chosen to mandate, which in my opinion does not conform with the intent of the law. Why you would consider grandfathering the existing dispensaries that started before the hardship exemption was made is beyond me, since in my opinion you are rewarding mostly, if not all, of those dispensaries in the city of LA who have not been, in my opinion, conforming to the intent of state law. As a citizen of Los Angeles, this is astounding to me. The dispensary model that you are using to craft your current ordinance is flawed. According to an LA Weekly article discussing City Attorney Tutanich, and I quote from a section of that article which says, quote, Carmen Tutanich strongly recommended that pot outlets be required to grow their weed on the premises, end quote. To facilitate that, a City of LA agricultural use permit would be required from planning. Since Los Angeles does have acres and acres of agricultural land, I feel that extending agricultural use permits to other locations, such as commercial and industrial, not zoned for that, would be considered a taking from the rights of the existing agricultural lands in the city of Los Angeles. In addition, you are considering creating caps that I feel will create monopolies within the current dispensary model. According to the LA Municipal Code Book, zoning ordinances which have been held invalid include those where restrictions create a monopoly. In my opinion, caps will increase the cost of medical marijuana. A lot of patients that need it are on fixed incomes and thus cost matters. Many are on disability. Please do not lose sight of this fact and why the law was passed. It was for those unfortunate enough to have ailments that require medication such as medical marijuana to survive their conditions.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Wayne Spindler.
There we go. First of all, I don't appreciate the filibuster that began the meeting today with all of these presentations. You can do that another time. You can do it in somebody else's time. You don't have to come here and make everybody wait, because we all know that the DWP is waiting for something, a Christmas present, which we're going to get to on item number 29. Now, the Rhodes Scholar, we have a Rhodes Scholar that's a member of this committee, this council, is Eric Garcetti, studied at Oxford, and he wanted to know, why are there no companies that want to come to LA to set up companies to make cars? Let's start with the utility prices, astronomical. DWP rates, astronomical. The high property taxes. Recently, the LAUSD voted us, our poor property owners, an increase of almost 13 basis points percentage because of a bond measure that was masqueraded as a bond measure when it really was a property tax increase. High sales taxes, 9.75%. If I go to open a business and I just go down the 101 freeway, I'd be paying 8.5% sales tax in Camarillo as opposed to Los Angeles. This is the most anti-business city in the United States. Even San Francisco is beginning to understand that you have to turn socialism around and have a private sector. Even Obama understands. In the 2010 elections, the Republicans now have a 48 to 43% lead in congressional races as projected. You cannot have a city without a private sector, and you cannot have a city ran by corruption. You cannot have meetings held at 8 o'clock in the morning before the 10 o'clock meeting. That's why businesses don't come here. If you straighten out all of this, you might get some businesses to come here. Thank you very much.
Richard. Mr. Smith.
to continue. Sometime when people say things, people begin to believe it. For the record, Los Angeles DWP rates are average for the state of California, not the highest, and I'll say that. Just for the record, the sales tax in Los Angeles County was voted on, the increase was voted on by the taxpayers of Los Angeles, who raised it 1% for the transportation tax.
Measure
That's why
R.
it's higher.
Measure
so
R.
those things, Measure R. So those things need to be explained, that those are not true, and you shouldn't say things like that, because it makes people believe those are true. Get your facts straight, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Richard, it's your turn. This is not rebuttal time, sir. Richard, your turn. Richard? There's no rebuttal, sir. Richard, your clock is ticking, sir. Richard, it's your turn.
Good morning. Lone Star Security. You should probably ask what your city attorney's office is doing with them. According to one of the deputy city attorneys, it's all been resolved through the courts. They're in the appeal process right now. The second issue they have not done is regarding your ordinance that you're trying to draft. There are other cities that have ordinances that have been challenged in court that have stood the test of time regarding what Lone Star Security is doing with those trailer advertisements. They do it pursuant to a police permit, building safety issue, and a health safety issue. Your deputy city attorney is not giving or not researching not only the state of California, but all the other 49 states. I have done that. It only took me about 2 days to do it, but I have pulled other ordinances that have stood the test of time in federal court. But your deputy city attorney, it appears, does not want to do that. I think you're being sandbagged, Mr. Zine, and I don't like it. I think your deputy city attorney needs to be honest with you, and anytime they say anything, they need to bring supporting documentation so you're able to read it and you can make a more informed decision. I just don't think it's right what your deputy city attorney is, and unfortunately, they have no accountability to the city council because they work for an elected official, and I find that terrible. A lot of the other cities hire their city attorney in which they are accountable to their city council. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Just for information, you have met with my staff, and we are following up with your comments on that particular issue of the illegally parked trailers. Jack Humphrey? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. It's Humphreyville, by the way. I'm here to talk about the pension plans, Lacers and the Fire and Pension. Mark to market, the deficit's $11.4 billion. Mark to market does also includes the 8% myth, which would actually increase that amount by probably $1 billion. Mark to market is the way the SEC requires corporate companies to do, and that's what also Arthur Levitt said in his report on San Diego. We oftentimes look at this pension plan as a multiple 3-4 times of pension revenues. We look at it as in terms of how much it's going to cost the general fund. Putting it another way, it represents $7,000 per voter in the city of Los Angeles. It represents $8,000 per household in the city of Los Angeles, and on a weighted average, it's about $25,000 per house in the city of Los Angeles. Compound this with the $3 billion deficit that we're projecting over the next 4 years, which amount I believe is substantially underestimated because of the lack of sustainable funding for our infrastructure. We have a real mess in our hands. Over the next year or two, the City Council is going to be required to reorganize, restructure both the finances and the operations of the city. This is going to take a vote, more than likely, of the citizens of Los Angeles. And in that regard, every action that you guys take is going to be scrutinized, and it's going to impact on your brand, both individually and collectively. You are going to need you're going to need the voters to vote on this. And as you go down, everything that you do is going to be viewed in terms of the impact on the taxpayers and the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Zuma Dog?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say that the Lone Star signage issue is going to be something that could be the next Venice issue. So I'm very thankful that City Council is listening to Richard and they're working together because, again, the problem the City Council has is they get bad advice from City Attorney's Office. It's not Nooch's fault, but the people they have working for them, they're just not that good, and they just don't know what they're talking about, and I don't think you're getting the real information you need to know. Lone Star coming soon. Zoomadog, everything I talk about is at zoomadog.org, and the voice to be amplified. Please tune in to KPFK Tuesday at 11 p.m. as Zoomadog is added for his weekly rant, where I call in and I get to talk about you guys on KPFK starting this Tuesday at 11 p.m. And here's some things I'll be talking about. First of all, the medical marijuana. I think that you might have your hearts in the right places, but I'm really, and I'm not going to mention council members by name, but I can't believe you could be this dumb. After 3.5 years, you sit here and you're still asking the same questions from 3.5 years ago. You can't be that dumb. I don't believe it. Please get your act together. First of all, let's talk about realities. You want to address the issue by the way you'd like to do it if you started from scratch. It's too late for that. Too many doctors have prescribed too many recommendations, and you have 1,000 dispensaries. If you cut 250,000 patients down to 70 dispensaries, don't you see that as a public safety issue? Don't you see you will have lines and crime and problems? Don't make the situation worse. You always do. You always do. You always make it worse, and I can see you going through it this time right now. Now, I'll be talking on KPFK about the budget. The city's going to be losing thousands and thousands and thousands of workers. You're not going to be able to run the city. Act now, despite the fact that Greg Smith says you're powerless.
Michael Hunt.
Wow. All right, thank you. That's Zuma Dog. I come here to talk about 2010, the budget and the people and true leadership. Zuma hit it on the head. You guys need to refocus everything that you guys doing for true leadership and budget. This Michael Jackson thing, the issue is dead. AIG need to pay 20% of all proceeds, and we need to get this off the table. Do not waste any more money with something that's already done and dead. And for city council members, 2010, listen to what we're saying. You guys need true leadership. Everybody needs to step up to the plate. We've seen the great commercials when Mr. Garcetti was campaigning for Obama. Now it's time to campaign for dollars for L.A. Get them earmarked here. It is time to get Paysinger his $125 million for the police. It is time for us to retire the people with more than 24 years. It is time to get the outlaws out of here in productive areas where we can help the city. It is time to get the teachers back to work. Those are real issues for 2010. You guys get it together. Nooch, Titanic, you need to refocus your whole city attorney's office. Do it right now. The same thing Lee Baca did when he became officer or chief sheriff. But 2010, you guys need to focus on what's real and what's not. If you can go out there and campaign for little stuff, you can go out and campaign for the budget and for people to run their departments. 24 years, you're retired. That's policy. AIG, pay the 20%. I don't want to hear no more. Jan Perry and Paysinger did a good job. They did a good job. It's time to knock off the nonsense.
Michael, carry on.
Yeah, once again, we're here. I'd like to take this moment out to thank the new chief, Beck. He did what Mr. LaBonge wasn't able to do. He got the police department to stop parking illegally. We're not done yet, but he started in 2 weeks. He did what Mr. LaBonge couldn't do in 2 years. I guess when somebody puts their foot down, things can't get done around here. Speaking of putting your foot down, there he goes. Mr. Reyes is leaving the room again. Going on 3 months, Mr. Reyes' office failed to clean up the property on his watch. I wonder if I collected all the rats and brought them here to City Hall, would Mr. Reyes accept them as a token of my appreciation? for his lack of ability to do his job. Let's go back to see how this started. 3 months ago, I called his office, or let me rephrase that, an email was sent to Sonia Jimenez 3 months ago. She did nothing about it. I made numerous calls to their office. They did nothing about it. I came to City Hall, tried to speak to Mr. Reyes in his office. They did nothing about it. I come to public comment and speak about it, and nothing's done about it. Wow, how in the hell does something get done in Mr. Reyes' district? I know, put a skirt on and look for a liquor license. Wow, you ought to run for mayor. I can't understand this. Yes, I'm frustrated, Mr. Reyes. I'm pissed off.
Mr. President, he
I'm
should be
tired of
discussing
it.
he should be directing his comments to the whole council.
I'm tired of this. Why can't you get this done?
Mr. President, he needs to direct his comments to the whole council and not at...
Mr. Carrion, please follow the direction of the city attorney.
I hear him. I told him.
Well,
to
he
speak
just
up.
told you.
He mumbled.
Directed to the city
Okay.
council. Thank you.
Okay. Can somebody or city council tell me why this can be done? Can somebody tell Mr. Reyes, I've left my number with his office, I've left it with everyone.
Okay, your
All
time
Mr.
is...
Reyes has to do is sit down.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you. Superman. Once again, Superman.
Thank you. Yes, and I'll cover up Rule 12 of the Council Rules of Decorum because the judge is considering that, because here's the iceberg for Titanic. Because the city of Los Angeles, with Carmen Titanic, filed a motion to dismiss our complaint. And they didn't win. So it's just like them turning around saying, we didn't get our injunction. No, the judge has it under submission, and he loved us, and he hated you in court. And I got 12 people will testify to that. He ripped you a new asshole. Your attorney was begging for...
Okay, your comment, once again, sir, is inappropriate, and your time is now over. His time is over. Your time is over. You're done. For your comment, it's inappropriate. That's right.
He should...
It's sexual in nature, it's inappropriate, and your time is done. Mr. City Attorney? Mr. Dowd, you are now being ejected from the City Council chambers for your comment. Mr. Smith?
Needed action with this gentleman. I ask that we apply the 30-day rule for him.
I agree. Mr. Dowd, this is your 30-day absence from the council chamber. You will not speak for the next 30 days. It's your second time you've been ejected for 30 days, sir. Ellen Comp. Next speaker. Mr. Garcetti for the record.
To repeat what the President said, that you can say offensive words, but not ones that are of a sexual nature. That phrase was very clearly of a sexual nature and very clearly was decided by the President at the time that was of obscene nature. Council rules and First Amendment case law are very clear on that. You can say things like F the draft, but you cannot do things that, especially as we have children and others here, sexual nature to be obscene, and the President used his discretion at that time to enforce that rule, which, by the way, is not anywhere as extreme as the rules of places like the County Board of Supervisors.
So he is now banned from speaking before this council for the next 30 days.
Also, Mr. President, it was evident that his comments clearly disrupted the meeting.
And he repeated the comment for the record. Ma'am, you're up. Go ahead, please.
Hi. My name's Ellen Comp. I've worked with Normal in Los Angeles and California for many years. I want to thank the council for all the hard work you're doing on the medical marijuana ordinance. I have one concern that I thought perhaps was addressed this week, but maybe I was confused. And Mr. Weezer, I know you were in on that conversation, as was Ms. Hahn. There was a discussion about collecting data on the patients, like name, sex, gender, those kinds of things. I thought that meant instead of keeping their names and addresses, because the way this ordinance is written now, the names and addresses would be available to police upon their whim rather than by subpoena. And California Normal recommends that collectives redact that information if they are subpoenaed for the patient's names and addresses. In fact, a judge just ruled in Dana Point that 5 collectives do not have to turn those over. It's a temporary injunction until the appeals court hears that issue. I want to see this brought up because we hear regularly from patients who are concerned about their personal information being in the hands of police once they raid these collectives. And if we're talking about closing down hundreds of collectives in the city, that's going to be thousands of patient names and addresses that are going to be in law enforcement hands for no reason. Patients shouldn't have to self-incriminate themselves this way. I hear from patients that are worried about job loss, losing parental rights, and other things because of being labeled a medical marijuana patient. And job loss is a real concern because the California Supreme Court has ruled that employers may discriminate against medical marijuana patients. We got a law to change that, but Governor Schwarzenegger, himself a former pot smoker, vetoed it. So I'm going to be contacting the city attorney's office to see whether they're changing this language. It comes in under Section 45-1964, Maintenance of Records, and it should say, except that private medical records shall be made available by the collective to the police department only pursuant to a properly executed search warrant. It should say also patient names and addresses.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. And point of clarification, Mr. Dowd, is that's 30 council days, unable to speak before this body for 30 council days. And the issue regarding medicinal marijuana, when those locations, the ordinance finally takes effect, the locations that are in operation that won't comply will be given an opportunity to voluntarily close down. If they fail to do that, then there'll be enforcement, but they will be given a period of time to close down to cease their operation. Just for the record, Madam Clerk, Mr. Reyes, you're on the queue. Do you have a comment, sir?
Thank you, Council President. It wasn't worth it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reyes. Madam Clerk, the next item, please.
I believe the next item, Mr. President, is item number 38. Excuse me, item 28, and that was called special for cards.
You said number 38?
No, I'm sorry, number 28.
28. And we'll hear from the public on the number 28. We have Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams, number 28, sir.
Dr. Clyde Williams, El Sereno, Northeast LA. This particular one, this is good green energy. Why aren't we getting more of it? Why are we just trying to hold our own? That is, we're only going to keep whatever we have right now. Well, one of the responses that I heard was that we don't want to act like the 800-pound gorilla as far as the Hoover Dam users of electricity. Why not? We're going to be acting like 800-pound gorillas for Owens Valley, Imperial Valley, others. So why don't we go for more than just what we have already? It's good energy. We have the power lines. It's only for peaking power. We need 100 days more of that peaking power. It's a good project to get more of it rather than going on others. I reserve my time later. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. The matter is now before us. Colleagues, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
The matter passes. Next item, please.
Next item is item number 31, and that was called special by Councilmember Perry, and I believe there are cards on that as well.
There are 2 cards on this, Ms. Perry. Would you like to hear from the speakers first? Okay, Zumadog, number 31, sir.
Yes, I'd like to spend a minute on this one. We're talking about the Board of Water and Power Commissioners Action. I see we have David Freeman here in chambers from DWP. It's like Marlon Brando, the Godfather, had to come down to see you guys himself, man, to try to take control. Things are going so bad. I'd just like to say that there is huge constituent outrage over DWP. And the problem here is council doesn't get it. Because when I hear Greg Smith stand up and say, DWP, it's cheaper than this and cheaper than that, and it's so efficient, everything's good. Tell that to the voters. Tell that to the voters when you skyrocket the rates, when you do everything shady, when you have pipes bursting, you don't address the issue prudently, hey, I don't buy the skyrocketing rate. You create the crisis, and then you create a scarcity problem. And I'm here to tell you, go to Zuma, waterdog.org, where I address the DWP crisis. You create your own scarcity, then you drive up rates. There's no excuse for any of this. You're so inefficient, and I don't buy a thing of it. And so please, Greg Smith, can he please, counsel, tell him to stop defending DWP? The voters don't believe it.
Dr. Williams, our final public speaker on number 31.
Dr. Clyde Williams, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Owens Valley. Why are we trying to destroy Owens Valley with the solar plan when we haven't destroyed LA first? I've worked in the Owens Valley. They don't like LA very much. And to put such a solar plan there seems beyond the pale. We've screwed them once, we'll screw them again. However, for this particular ordinance or item, I would highly recommend that we 245 anything coming from the DWP board, anything coming from the Department of Water and Power for this particular reason, because they don't have the visibility and accountability for not only LA City, but beyond. Thank you. I reserve time.
Thank you, Doctor. Ms. Perry.
Okay, let's see. I want to ask representatives of the department to just come up to the table.
Ms. Perry, I will hold your time.
Thank you. Hold my time. Hold my time. Yes. Okay, I want a synopsis of the Owens Dry Lake Solar Demonstration Project, and whether you can answer for my colleagues if this project can lead to 200 megawatts of solar power, and if that's not the case, how much power are we anticipating?
The idea that we've come up with and tested in wind tunnels is that we can substitute solar panels as a dust control measure in place of water, save the water, and generate solar power and share the savings so that the cost of the solar power will be lower than it would otherwise be. The idea here is to test this idea, which works in the wind tunnel, in the lake bed with a small demonstration. The commission approved a number up to 50 megawatts, but our discussions with state lands suggest that we will have a much smaller pilot simply for the purpose of verifying that we can have a sort of a double winner here, be able to save the water and have solar in a very hot place.
So what do you think is the final megawatt number that you think you can reasonably anticipate?
Well, in the future, we have to come back to this council for approval of a lease and for the whole project. Right now, if I could put it this way, we're in the kitchen.
Okay, do you have a range that you can just give me today? I know you have to come back for final approval, but it's yes or no. It's okay if you don't know. I just need to know.
No, hopefully we will end up with an area that will be a solar park that other companies, including DWP, could participate in, and there may be 1,000 or 2,000 megawatts.
So it's safe to say, as of today, this portion of development of the project you don't know yet.
Well, we know that our pilot will be very small, in the range of 5, 10, 15 megawatts.
Okay. All right. Do you know what the capital cost of the project is, and what the ongoing operations and maintenance costs are going to be?
Well, the maintenance will be relatively small because solar panels have no moving parts and will require very little maintenance. The capital costs, we have bids. It will range around $3 a watt, which $3,000 a kilowatt, $3 million a megawatt. And so the capital cost of the project If it's 10 megawatts, we'll be around $30 million. But we're not asking for the approval of that
No, I
today.
understand. I'm just trying to help you walk everybody else through this so they understand what's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm trying to break it down so it's...
And I appreciate that.
people can hear it. Now, if you go beyond 50 megawatts worth of solar power, you're required to seek approval from your commission, is that right?
That's correct.
And then you would come to council for that permission?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now, this project requires discussions with the State Lands Commission and may require CEQA documentation, is that correct?
That's correct. We will obey all the environmental laws, obviously.
Now, is DWP asking for a CEQA exemption?
No, ma'am.
So you're not asking for one right now?
No, ma'am. On the pilot, we have made a finding of an environmental assessment that no one that I know of is objecting to, that is or perhaps my colleague can describe it technically correctly, but we have made an environmental assessment under the CEQA law that we think is sufficient for the pilot.
Now, that doesn't mean that when you come back, if you expand, you are willing to do CEQA down the road, correct?
Of course, we're not unwilling, we are...
We're required to.
We're required to.
Yes. All right, now, the project, does it include installation on city-owned properties in the Eastern Sierras?
No, ma'am.
All right, and is there a process that is available to stakeholders, particularly in the Eastern Sierras and affected areas, so that they can be a part of this decision-making
Yes,
process?
ma'am. I personally conducted 2 days of meetings with 6 different groups up there 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Were they public meetings? Publicly noticed meetings?
No, ma'am. They were meetings in the premises in which every group that we knew of was invited, but they were not public meetings.
Well, if I can make a suggestion, because it's probably better for you down the road, you publicly, when people talk about transparency and process and all that, it's probably better for the department, not probably, I'm sure it's better for the department, if you do publicly noticed meetings so that people can participate. Can I ask you to do that when you do your next round of meetings?
You have, and I've said yes.
Okay, great. Now, we've gotten some letters from environmental groups from the Eastern Sierra region, and they are asking for an upfront investment in planning through a transparent, inclusive, well-documented process.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
why I want to encourage you to do publicly noticed meetings. It's better.
We will do so in the future. I believe that group was present at the meetings that we held.
But in a publicly noticed way. That way you have the documentation to demonstrate that you've done the due diligence in your community outreach and that you're fully transparent. It's all on the record. It's all recorded for anybody else to see it down the road.
I'm trying my best to agree with you, yes, ma'am.
No, I'm just making, you don't need to agree with me. It's just better. I'm just making the recommendation.
I get your point. And
Okay, great.
We'll do that.
All right, and then we're also seeking a full CEQA process, no exemptions. What's your thought on that? What's your response to that?
I think that we will make an environmental assessment and we will obey the CEQA law, whether we how full an environmental impact statement we need. I can't say right now, but we will certainly lean over backwards to have as full a process as is required.
Okay. Mr. Chair, are there any other speakers in the queue?
Mr. Weezer, Mr. Labange.
Okay, then why don't you I'll press my button again after everyone else has spoken and then make some closing comments.
Very well. Mr. Weezer, followed by Mr. Labange.
Thank you. You have a great picture here, Mr. Freeman, the latest Los Angeles Business Journal. One of 8. Have you seen it?
No, sir.
No, you haven't. Oh, okay. Right there. 1/8 of Angelinos profiled over 80 working and saying no to retirement. So thank you for the work you do.
Well, thank you, sir. Will you pass that on to Dr. Williams?
On this item, have we defined the scope of the project? I've heard some talk that we really haven't defined the scope of the project and that was of some concern.
Well, it's of concern, and it's also an item of excitement. We have up in the Owens Valley the best sun in all of California. And it's an area where this council and this city has preserved that land for 70, 80 years. And basically, if you think about it a little bit, it's potentially a huge solar park. We have transmission lines that already go up there. The country is really in a crisis of how to go about getting off of fossil fuels onto renewable energy. Our mayor and half of every country is in Copenhagen right now wrestling with this very issue. And in the Owens Valley, we have the possibility of a huge array of solar power. And to the extent that other companies use our land, we're sure going to get some revenue from it and help reduce the cost of electricity here in L.A. So that the vision up there could be a very large one. Right now, we're just building it one little brick at a time and trying to find out whether our idea of solar panels substituting for water on the lake is a good one or not. If it is, we'll come back to this council and give you the results.
Yeah, and I think the council shares your support for us making the best use of our available sun up north. But I think we also need to know as a council and as a city how much this is costing us in the future. How does this fit into the larger picture of renewables? We all know we want to go in that direction, but I think it would help all of us if we lay those items out more, because we all want to go in this direction, but there are costs associated for that. I think it would help, and the reason I support this, what Ms. Perry is doing here, because I think it would help lay it out for the city in a very transparent way as to any costs associated with this and how this would affect us here more locally.
I couldn't agree with you more, but please indulge us in this of being cautious enough to find out whether this thing works at all or not before we lay out the big vision, because if it controls dust and we can generate electricity at the same time, the water savings is an enormous value. We're rationing water here in L.A. If we're putting 90,000 acre-feet a year of water on that Owens Dry Lake. If we can reduce that dramatically, that's going to be a very positive thing, both financially and in terms of availability of water. And I don't want to come up here and say we can do it until we've had some demonstration that we can. Once we get to that step, you're correct. We should lay out the whole picture at the time that we want to lease approval.
I think we need to see the whole picture and not in a piecemeal fashion for us to say we're getting to our renewables here, we're getting to our renewables there. We really got to see what the steps are going to be to get us to our goals that we've set out as outlined by the mayor.
And also how much it's going to cost. I understand that we need those numbers, but right now we want to do a relatively small experiment.
And my other point was the process for which DWP approves these. You approved it in the commission, and then it will go to the State Lands Commission. Is that correct?
Well, the State Lands owns the lake bed.
Okay.
And so we've got to get a lease from them, and at the time we get a lease from them, we have to come to this council and get approval of the lease.
So it would have gone from the commission to the State Lands to council.
Well, we're not at the point yet where we have a lease. It will, we have to apply to the State Lands Commission. We just got permission from our commission to go to State Lands and negotiate a lease.
I see.
And once we get it negotiated, before it's approved, it has to come through the council.
Okay, so it would have gone State Lands. You negotiated with State Lands and back to council. What we're doing here is Section 245. Before you go negotiate, come back, talk to us a little bit more.
Well, I'm hoping that you will decide that that's unnecessary, but but that's your decision.
Oh, okay. So we're saying that's essentially what's happening here, and I just wanted to outline that eventually we would see this.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
But through this Section 245 motion, we're coming in before the negotiations occur, and that's strategic on the City Council's part if that's what we want to do. But I just want to clear that up.
If I might say so, it might make it a bit more difficult to negotiate a lease with State Lands when I don't have authority and the authority is up in the air, so that I plead with you to just let the normal course take its course, but of course it's your decision.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Labange, followed by Ms. Perry.
I think this is a good discussion. Ms. Perry, thank you for bringing this into council, but I do stand to support the thought of looking at this opportunity. Owens Lake was a terminal lake, is that correct? It was water just ran into Owens Lake and it stopped.
Yes.
Mr. Mulholland figured a way to get it down here. The rest is history. Now we have all this space, and we're working very hard in a much different fashion than we ever worked before with our neighbors in Keeler. Is that correct?
That's correct.
67 neighbors. To have a vision like this is what the Department of Water and Power should be constantly doing. And, as Ms. Perry asked, and Mr. Weezer, when time needs, come back for your commission approval, for your council approval to move forward. So I just wanted to stand to support that. I'm very knowledgeable of this part of the state. I'm knowledgeable of the work of the Department of Water and Power, and they absolutely reach out in no other way possible. And if someone has said they don't, I want to know who says they don't, because I think it's real important. They're committed to that aspect. Thank you.
Ms. Perry to close.
Chair and colleagues, if your questions have been answered about this study, then I am fine with a note and file for this item on the condition that the department be required to report to the Energy Environment Committee and then to council on the total solar plan and address the concerns of the Eastern Sierra advocates in a transparent, inclusive manner, which includes having meetings that are publicly noticed and on the record and not private meetings. If we do this, I plan to hear the solar plan in the next E2 meeting on Tuesday, December the 15th. If we decide, on the contrary, to assert jurisdiction 245 according to the charter, then we need to act today and approve or disapprove this item. So, if there's no objection, we can go with a note and file on the condition that they are prepared to report back to committee on December the 15th with a total solar plan. Are you prepared to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and your plan on how to respond to the Eastern Sierra advocates on the record, transparent, inclusive, publicly noticed manner?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, I move for a note and file.
Without objection, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Very good. Note and file. And on 3 and 26, forthwith, please, on number 3 and 26. And we will now take number 24, Mr. Smith. Number 24.
Well, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us have been struggling in our districts for the past year and a half with foreclosure problems in our district, particularly with vacant properties and how they're impacting the quality.
Mr. Smith, was it 24, number 1 you asked for?
I asked for both.
Do we want to do 1 and 24 together?
I'm sorry. No, 24, I think we were okay. They were going to report back. So I want 1.
You want 1?
Yeah.
Because we had you up for 24.
Okay.
We have a card on 1, and we have a card on 24.
All right, do 24. Do 24.
You want 24?
All right, just let this go then. All right.
Mr. Smith, we have...
It'll pass anyway. I'm not going to stay. Do 24.
Ms.
Bring
Perry,
it on. Quickly.
well,
I'm not speaking.
Mr. Smith, your representative asked for 24. I'm trying to get this clarified.
Yeah. Do 24. Bring the chief up.
Okay, who wants 24? Ms. Perry, you want 24? 24.
Greg, what did you want?
And we have a card on 24.
Let the card go. Let the person speak
Mr.
first.
Azumadog on 24. Azumadog's not here. Ms. Perry?
Hey, can we get the CAO, CLA at the table, and anybody else related to this item?
And this will be a report from the Los Angeles Police Department.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just ask my questions. I want you to hold my time.
We'll hold the time once again.
I asked the other day where the money was going to come from, And I'd like to get an answer to that question. First, hold my time.
Mr. Sheriff?
Los Angeles Police Department. As part of the reorganization and the future savings through drop and the type of promotions we'll make after drop will initially save about $450,000 to $500,000. As far as the rest of that money, I've been in charge of the budget now for about 2 weeks. I've begun a line-by-line review of every item in our budget to determine where we can have cost savings to try to...
Mr. Sheriff, can you speak up?
I'm trying.
Members can't hear.
Okay. I'll start over. As part of our reorganization and then the impact of drop, we will save about $450,000 in the next 6 months from the budget. As far as the remainder of the money, I've instituted a line-by-line review of every item in the budget as to see where we can save money. One of the items we expect to save substantial amounts is in the early retirement, because we have a number of civilians, upwards of 200, that we believe will be retired through that process, which will probably save us $4 million, I think.
Can I get some response from the CAO on this question? Where's the money going to come from? Hold my time.
Well, at the end of the day, whatever is not made up through efficiencies in the department, we will have to pay for out of our reserve. But I have to say that in the last several days, we've had a very willing partner with the department who has shared with us in a very transparent manner how they're going to try to find these savings. It's going to be a difficult task ahead of them, but I'm confident that they're doing everything they can to mitigate that. I think we've established in the last several days a common way of accounting for the number of officers that we have. I think we're no longer in disagreement. We've worked on establishing a formula for future classes, and we'll be presenting that at Budget and Finance on Monday. We've come to a conclusion that the driver of any future classes will be whether or not how we stay to the 9963 number that was agreed upon by this council and the mayor. At the end of the day, there will be an added cost to the department, and the department has committed that they're going to do everything in their power to mitigate that cost. Whatever's remaining will have to come out of the general fund and the reserve.
Okay, so at the end of the year, Mr. CAO, will the general fund be able to absorb this cost?
Well, the department's currently running in a deficit, as is the city. So it will be an added cost to the reserve, and we will, whatever's remaining, we will have to find in cuts elsewhere. And so that's just the reality that we're facing at this point in
So
time.
we're in the fiscal year began in July.
That's right.
And ends June 30th or July 1st. And so we're almost halfway through. So we're not going to get a full year of potential savings by holding 3 command positions open. Is that correct? Am I right about that?
You're correct. The department will get 4 months of savings from holding those positions vacant from March 2010 through June 30th, 2010. Those positions would not be unfrozen until July 1st of 2010, and then depending on where the department is at on July 1st will depend on whether or not the department will be allowed to fill its positions.
Okay, next question. As a council, and this is for the CLA, as a council, CLA, what would we have to do probably around May when we start our budget process to reconcile this addition to the department's deficit?
Well, my expectation is that the general fund, we are probably looking at additional reductions throughout the city. My expectation is that any addition that we make to LAPD at this point will be at a cost to additional general fund reductions in other areas. With regard to what happens within the LAPD budget, I want to back up a little bit. The LAPD budget, as it stands right now, if we do nothing else today, LAPD salary account will still be roughly $80 million to the deficit, if we do nothing else today. To the extent that any additional class is held, that actually increases that 80 million. So the 80 million shortfall is almost a floor, if you will. We haven't done taken any additional actions at this point to address that $80 million shortfall. So to the extent that any additional classes are conducted, it adds to that 80 million. Now, part of that can be mitigated if there are 6 additional classes that are scheduled to take place between now and the end of the year. If all 6 of those classes were to go forward, I believe that that would probably add about a $7 to $8 million deficit, so that adds to that 80 million. If you reduce one of those classes, then that amount reduces. So to the extent that a January class, smaller than anticipated as was proposed in motion on Wednesday, the deficit is actually a little bit smaller.
And let me just ask you a quick question. Now, does this action put at risk future classes? So is this a matter of you choose it now or you choose it later? But
I would expect that any classes now, in order to generate savings on a go-forward basis, would probably have to come from at the expense of future classes. CAO is looking at potential changes in the hiring plan as was requested by the Public Safety and Personnel Committee. They are coming back to committee on Monday with triggers which would actually determine future hiring. So I would expect that as part of that report that to do this January class, it will be at the expense of some of the future hiring.
okay, Mr. Chair, if I need to ask more questions, I will press my button again.
No one else is on the queue.
Okay. Well, my position the other day was well documented, and I guess that you should just note and file.
Very well. Without objection, that matter will be noted and filed. Madam Clerk, we need a vote on that. Don't file?
No, Mr. President. If council is without objection, that would be fine.
Okay. Without objection, note and file. Thank you. And thank you, representatives from the LAPD. Our next item, please.
Do you wish to take up item number 1? That was called special by Councilmember Smith, and there is an amending motion that has been distributed to the council members.
I understand Mr. Smith has left the chambers. Mr. Garcetti?
Thank you very much. As the maker of this motion, I want to thank our committee chair as well for his great work on this, Mr. Wesson, and thank you for your strong support. I know, Mr. Alarcon, I seconded the friendly motions that are before. I think what Mr. Smith was just going to point out, and I appreciate everybody's support on this, was to thank him for the success of this, which was the first in the nation protection for folks that were living in homes that were being foreclosed upon, to prohibit them from being evicted. These are people who are renting homes that were foreclosed upon, and banks were, in some cases, or new mortgage holders were coming in and kicking people out who had paid the rent every month on time, played by all the rules, and yet for a street that has homes on them, to have tenants kicked out is a destabilizing thing. When we look at those maps in Mr. Alarcon's district, and Mr. Smith actually has quite a few in Mr. Parks' district, this was a protection to allow people to stay and to prevent banks from evicting the folks that live there. We are extending this for another year. We said we would do it each year depending on what the conditions were. And the banks have actually embraced this now. They say thank you for this because they can make more money off of it. It wasn't that somebody being there prevents them from selling it. They can, of course, always sell it. But what they were doing is kicking people out, and then they were vacant homes. So guess what happens? Those get taken over by, first a broken window in certain streets, then drug dealers were coming in. They were becoming drug houses. This is a way to keep all of our property values actually up, something that helps the marketplace. If I was at camp, I would just applaud, but for that broken dish behind me. But it's something that the banks now have worked very closely with us because they didn't even know what homes, in some cases, with all the different consolidations that they owned, the properties that they actually owned. So they've been a great part and a great partner of it. They are behind and have supported this extension for another year. once we're out of this foreclosure crisis, then it's a good time to be able to go back. And I think people who will be owning those homes, that, again, does not prevent anybody from their private property rights of being able to sell their homes, to be able to put those in the marketplace. But as long as they are holding them, it was so good that actually Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae have recognized the mistakes of the past. This inspired them to change their national policy to mirror this here that we started here in LA. So I ask for your support with the amendment to look at the maintenance outside of the justice issues before Christmas. Everybody who lives on any street in Los Angeles knows the importance of keeping their homes not being vacant, to keep the maintenance of those homes up. And that is critical, and that's something that helps all of our communities to be safer and to be more prosperous. So I ask for your support in this extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Ms. Perry, did you have any comment on that? Okay. So that matter is now before us. Pardon me, Mr. Garcetti? As amended. Matters before us as amended. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Very well. Forthwith on that item, please. And 3 and 26 forthwith? We already did 3 and 26 forthwith. Okay, next item, please.
Next item is item number 5, and that was called special by Councilmember Perry, and this is an item for which public hearing has already been held.
Ms. Perry?
I thought we could take 4 and 5 together. Are there cards on 4?
There's a card on 5. There's a number of cards on 5. 3. We've had 3 cards on 5, nothing on 4.
Nothing on 4. Do you want to take the cards first? It's
On
okay.
number 5?
Yeah, we can take the cards first.
Okay. Michael Hunt?
Yeah.
Not here. Zuma Dog? It's already had a hearing. It's already had a hearing. There's no
Okay.
hearing required.
I just wanted to contrast 4 with 5. 4 is our acceptance of the $900,000 donation to the Los Angeles Police Department to cover the costs incurred as a result of the Lakers parade in June 2009. So without objection, we as a city council are affirming the police commission's acceptance of this donation of $900,000 from AEG for the Lakers parade. This is a donation. They gave it to us as a donation. In sharp contrast, we are in another situation where, as I said in committee, I think as long as AEG has the threat of litigation hanging over their head, I don't expect us to be able to have productive conversations on possible donation to cover some of our costs. You know, hindsight is a powerful tool. The department acted responsibly and reasonably, and the department was very good in devising and implementing a strategy which kept our city safe and very stable throughout this process. There was no ordinance in place prior to the memorial providing a mechanism for cost recovery. So the only strategy we can employ here is to ask AEG to make a donation. Now, if the council wishes to seek reimbursement, they can request a briefing from the city attorney in closed session outlining a compelling legal basis for whatever the thoughts of the city attorney's office are. But as far as I'm concerned, after having conversations with representatives from AEG, I don't think that we can have fruitful discussions on a possible donation until this issue of potential litigation is resolved. And again, contrast that with the $900,000 we're accepting from AEG for the Laker parade. So clearly, they have a history of willingly making donations to the city to help defray some of our costs. And I hope that in this case, too, we can reach that same outcome. Deputy Chief Paysinger is here. If people have questions on the details, I know that Mr. Zine made a motion in committee, and I'm not sure whether he's pressed his button. Yeah, all right, Mr. Zine. Is Mr. Zine next on the queue? Mr. Zine, is he next on the queue?
Mr. Zine is next on the queue.
All right, if I have, I'll make some closing remarks and let Mr. Zine go next. But as far as I'm concerned, my position in committee is the same. As long as this unclarified, unresolved issue is out there, I and the mayor's office will not be pursuing conversations with AEG for possible donation on the Michael Jackson Memorial until this other matter is resolved one way or the other.
Okay.
On the record.
Thank you for that.
Well, the issue, Mr. Rosendahl said that he's not clear about the issue. The issue is that in the public domain, statements have been made towards AEG, and then also in the public, let me just stick to the public domain. The public domain, that there's some potential for criminal prosecution against AEG. And AEG's response has been, I have had conversations with them, as has the mayor's office, that as long as this threat is unresolved, we cannot expect to have fruitful discussions. So what I'm asking for, I would love to have a resolution to whether this prosecution is going to occur or not. And then, I'm contrasting this with item 4, where AEG has clearly shown a willingness to reimburse the city by giving us $900,000 for the Laker parade. So it's not a matter of, there's a precedent here already for AEG doing something positive for the city. But we still have this unresolved issue out there. So I will press my button again if I need to.
Thank you. Dennis Zine is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President Garcetti. We have a representative here from the City Attorney's Office regarding this, regarding the Laker Parade. I think we've resolved that particular item of $900,000, and we appreciate that from Staples AEG. The other remaining item is the Michael Jackson Memorial Service. And I know we heard this in a committee with Chief Paysinger, Commander Doe, and other representatives of the City of Los Angeles. And there was a request made regarding the outstanding issue of the City Attorney's investigation. I had a personal meeting with Mr. Lewicki regarding this matter, and there was a concern that the matter of any criminal activity involving AEG be resolved before any discussion on a donation back to the city be made. Mr. Pete Echeverria is here. We would ask him to come forward. Any comment that the City Attorney's Office has, which was the request that we made at committee, that I made at committee, that we have a review whether there's going to be any action taken or not regarding the alleged allegations of any criminal activity by representatives from Staples or AEG. Mr. Pete Echeverria, Assistant City Attorney for the City of Los Angeles. Your comments.
As I stated in committee, I believe that the motion...
I'm sorry, can you move the microphone all the way up so we can hear you? As close as you can get, probably. There you go. All right, thank you. Just as long as it's pointing to your mouth.
Can't quite get it in my nose.
There you go. All right.
I think it might be the soundboard that's not...
No, that's fine. I did have it a little bit lower.
Mr. Soundman.
As I stated in committee, I believe that the motion is an appropriate motion.
Is it inappropriate?
Appropriate.
Appropriate.
And so the report was forwarded, I think, by committee on that basis. As far as our criminal branch reporting, the criminal branch is obligated both by legal and ethical principles to act independently in the exercise of its discretion, cannot report on pending matters. It's appropriate for this body to urge the city attorney in his capacity as representative of the people to act as quickly as possible and to resolve the matter. That would be an appropriate action. Other than that, I can't comment on what the criminal branch would do.
And as I understand, the authority of the city attorney's office is to review cases on a misdemeanor level or an infraction and file action. If it's a felony, it's referred to the district attorney of the County of Los Angeles. The city attorney is not involved in the arrest of individuals. That would be responsibility of law enforcement, which would be the Los Angeles Police Department.
Correct.
So I would make a request then, or more than a request, a demand, shall we say, for resolve of this particular situation one way or another from the city attorney's office, whether they're going to file charges or not. So the mayor's office, Ms. Perry, and myself can hopefully put a closure on this. Again, I think it's well known the AEG has given $900,000. They are willing, as I understand, to settle, but not with the cloud remaining, and nothing will proceed until that cloud is removed, and it cannot be removed until the city attorney's office comes forward to say the case is either closed, there's no case, the investigation is complete, there will be no charges filed, and until we come to that juncture, we're still in that same mode where there's no movement. It's basically a blockade. So I would make the demand that the city attorney's office, and I know it's been 6 months since the tragedy of Michael Jackson. There's a statute of limitations for a year. I hate to see this drag on for a year, that we would come with a closure, and then we could report back to the people of Los Angeles that there was a donation, a reimbursement, however we want to call it, to the contingency fund, to the police department, to the general fund, whichever it may go, for dollars that were expended. I know there was a positive conversation I had in person with Mr. Lewicki, and they were responsive and receptive, but again, this cloud still remains an issue for them, and I can understand that. So I don't think we need to make any more motions, but I think Mr. Pietravia, who's an assistant city attorney, can take that back to our city attorney to say that there is a demand that we find a closure to this one way or another for everyone's benefit, and then we can pursue the donation reimbursement to the city of Los Angeles.
And if I understand the sense of your comments, it's that you're urging the city attorney to resolve this as quickly as possible.
Exactly. On the side of any kind of criminal activity or a criminal filing, that would take place either with the city of Los Angeles with an infraction, a misdemeanor, or a felony. If any of them were to occur, that we find closure or we proceed in an expeditious manner. So Ms. Perry, the mayor's office, myself, can finally put this matter to rest and not wait for another 6 months for the statute of limitations to expire. We request that it be done prior to that point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker.
He's hiding over there.
Yeah, he's hiding. We'll go back.
For our control booth, he's heading back to the Rosendahl spot.
On the right side. It is the right side. That's the left side.
I don't mind. I could be on any side, you know. I'm an independent, really. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. The $900,000, AEG gave it to the foundation. The foundation gives it to the costs. Is that how it works?
That's my understanding, although I've not been involved in that aspect of the transaction of the matter, but that's my understanding, yes.
Yeah, okay. And if I could ask the LAPD to come up for a quick second, if they're still here, Chief? Patient Chief, come up for a quick second. Now, I'm very happy to hear this, obviously. I was on the Pat Morrison show that day, and I made some comment that I wanted AEG, which made a lot of money, the Lakers, or Bus, who owns it, the team and all, let them help us pick up the tab, considering it was a wonderful, positive financial picture. Just like I feel the Dodgers should do a free shuttle bus and all these other kind of things. When you're making money, you should give back. Did the total cost, Chief, what was the total cost of this wonderful parade?
And if I can just pause you while you're looking at that, let's put 4 and 5 together since we're referring back and forth both. We haven't actually voted on 4 folks. So as long as we're talking about the 2 of them together, let's just put them both before us. Thank you.
791. Councilman.
There you go.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. In response to your question, I would refer to the administrative report that was prepared by the chief legislative analyst, specifically Mr. Miller's office, according to his figures, and I refer to those because I don't have the ones from the police department specifically. But overtime salary costs and expenses were at $791,000, specifically $664,000 for police services.
So does that mean they gave us more money than actually we spent?
There was additional expenses to the tune of about $110,000, and so they gave us approximately the amount that we spent.
So in other words, they pretty well wiped out any cost the city had?
Essentially, yes.
That's excellent. Is anybody from AEG here? In the audience? AEG, are you here? Hello? You are at LA Live right now? Okay. All right. Well, they're not here. I was just curious in their own internal discussions how they arrived at making that happen and how they went about it, because obviously they set the precedent for supporting events that not only, we pay money for and taxpayers in the toughest of times, but also it covered all the costs and it showed a great community partnership, which is something I find very exciting. Okay. But no AEG person here. Okay, well then, I got kind of beaten up afterwards. I made my comment on the Pat Morrison show, but it looks like they picked up the whole tab, so that's all I want to know. Thank you very much.
Mr. Labange.
Anybody from the CAO's office here on this issue? Or Mr. Miller, maybe. The only question I ask in an event like this, when there's a planned event, this is a planned event. Is that right, Chief?
The Lakers or the Jackson?
Lakers parade, Jackson is a planned event.
The Lakers was, and I referred to the Jackson Memorial event as a bit of a hurry-up offense planned.
But a planned event. You know, I mean, you have a date, you have a time. It's not like an earthquake that you don't know.
In that respect, I would respond yes.
Yeah. So all I would like to ask that we have something in our guideline in the future when you hit certain dollar amounts, whether it's $250,000 or $500,000 on a planned event. Chief Paysinger, when there's an event, immediately you're in charge as the chief or the chief's representative. You got to take action to do what you think is best for Los Angeles: a fire, a flood, an earthquake, or an unusual occurrence like that. But in a case like this, we knew there was a date, we knew there was time. We had to figure some things out to do that. But as you reached, I think what surprised me, as we accomplished the task of what we wanted to do, to make sure there was a proper event, but there was certain dollars spent that I think at a certain point you got to be checking either with the president of the police commission or the CAO that can we go forward with this. I know myself, when everybody was saying all these people are coming from London and coming from Germany, if you took all the flights that were coming, the max you could get is 3,400 people. And that's if all of them are coming to 11th and Figueroa. So this was a big alarm that really, I thought, wasn't missed. You understand what I'm saying? You look a little puzzled there, Chief.
No, I hear you.
Oh, you all that look when Tom speaks. Oh, Janice, I love you. No. I'm just saying, then I'll say this to Mr. Miller or Mr. Serrano. If on a planned event, and this is termed a planned event, it's not an emergency event. An emergency event, the police have the absolute direction to act in the city's best interest: fire, flood, earthquake, other thing. But on a planned event, if they reach certain dollar amounts, there should be some conversation with the city administrative office. That's all I'm asking. Does that make sense?
And as the report that you have before you from CAO and CLA points out, the ordinance that's in place provides for that.
Say it again, Pete. I'm sorry.
The ordinance that was adopted by council recently provides a mechanism to do exactly.
Which is a new concept, a new idea.
Correct.
Yes. That's all. Good. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've got Ms. Hahn, Mr. Zine for a second, and Ms. Perry for a second time. Ms. Hahn for
Thank you. And I agree that there are certain issues outstanding that need to be resolved before we deal with the Michael Jackson service. But for me, I still believe our number one priority in this city is public safety. And we are in Los Angeles. We are in the big leagues. We represent an international city. And we're going to have, hopefully, more, major championships of our sports teams. And we're going to have celebrities that are born and who die, and events that happen in our city that do not happen anywhere else. And I still believe it is our number one priority to provide public safety at whatever those events, incidents, that happen in our city. I think we have more goodwill, and I think in the Michael Jackson situation, it's actually been quantified at about $4 million that they feel came into our city as revenue that was realized as a result of that event. But we do more goodwill. We have a more positive image. We will have more people coming to the city on holiday vacations, summer vacations, if we have the appearance of an organized, safe, stable environment. And I don't ever want us to get, and I know we're in dire straits, and I know these are tough times, and if we can get reimbursed, we want to, and I know that's a part of our special events policy, but in no way do we ever want to send a message, I think, to any event organizer that, they cut back or we cut back on the level of public safety that we provide because we're not sure whether or not we get reimbursed 100%. I don't want us to get in that position. That's how I feel. It's up to us and it's up to the department and the chiefs to decide what is the proper level of deployment for whatever particular event comes. I'm going to leave that up to the department. Hopefully we have good arrangements where we can get reimbursed, but I certainly don't ever want us to shirk our responsibilities for making a safe city no matter what the event is. That will do more for us long term to recover, I think, economically than anything we can know. I just want to always go on record saying I think it's still our responsibility to provide public safety, and when we do it well, we do it well, and it really has such a long-term positive effect, because when it's not done right, and if there are incidents because there's not enough police coverage, then I think that does the kind of damage to us that we maybe won't quantify, but I think in the long run that hurts us much worse. So I think it's, colleagues, it's our responsibility to provide police at these events, and we should never cut back just because we're unsure of whether or not we're going to be reimbursed.
Agreed.
There, I said it.
Thank you. Mr. Zine.
Just a couple points of clarification. We did hear this in public safety on Monday, and I did acknowledge the police department. If we want to say they erred on the side of caution because of what was occurring with the media reports, with the frenzy regarding this memorial service that I believe turned into an event where AEG Staples made $20 million on the rehearsal video. The money pushed aside, the police department, if you had not done what you needed to do, then we would be criticizing why didn't you do what should have been done, as we saw a Laker parade a couple of years prior, not a Laker parade, but shall we say a Laker outburst after a Laker victory at Staples where police cars were torched, etc., a few years back. So I don't have any criticism for what the police department did. The memorial service turned into a worldwide event, and the police department acted what they believe was appropriate, and I have no criticism for that. That is your job, and I support that. The question is the policy that we now have in place. As Mr. Echeverria has stated, we now have a policy in place regarding reimbursement, so this situation won't take place again. Something takes place, there's a policy, they have to go through the review, so we're not going to encounter a similar situation. Mr. Miller, are you on board with that? You have this amazed look.
Well, I absolutely am on board with that, but I think to some degree it goes to what Ms. Hahn said, and I will remind you that last week you approved throwing the city's hat in the ring to host the 2018 World Cup, and part of that agreement is to provide police services and not get reimbursed. So there will be events, and it will be up to the council to decide, but there will be events, I'm sure, where it's in the city's interest to proceed and host those events, but this will provide a mechanism to seek reimbursement when it's appropriate to do so.
And that's what many of us are attempting to do with AEG at this particular juncture. And the information from Mr. Kaiser, the man who keeps tabs on the city and the county as far as revenues, if $4 million generated for restaurants and businesses, et cetera, that's great. That doesn't help the general fund. That doesn't help reimburse the contingency fund for the police. So I think that once we can resolve this matter, we can receive reimbursement or donation from AEG, and the relationship continues in a positive fashion, because we need to recognize they are a legitimate business. They're a venue in Los Angeles that attracts a lot of fans for a lot of events, and while we say we want to be pro-business, we need to be pro-business. At the same time, we need to be fiscally responsible so we can pay our bills in a positive fashion. So again, Chief Paysinger, Commander Doan, during this whole ordeal, I've never criticized what the police department did as far as what they believed in good conscience for reacting. And I know the officers were kicked loose right after the event began. So you did what you needed to do. The bottom line is we need to somehow recoup some of the dollars to put in that fund so we will be able to maintain control the next time we have a situation that takes place. Thank you.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just to conclude, I think it's important to be exacting in our language and to remember that there was no ordinance in place at the time the memorial occurred, and so we did not have a mechanism for full cost recovery. So this would not ever be a reimbursement. This would only be a donation, and as such, A donation would be at the discretion of the person doing the donating. All we can do is ask, and while I appreciate Mr. Zine's support very much in pursuing a donation, I will continue along with the mayor's office to seek a donation once the issue of whether or not a criminal prosecution will take place has been resolved one way or the other. Thank you very much. And this is the note and file, I believe, Mr. President. Note and file?
No, there's a committee report on this with recommendations that has been distributed to the council.
Okay.
All right. Yes, Mr. Zine?
The recommendation from the committee, Madam Clerk.
It was a Public Safety and Budget and Finance Committee's report, and it's requesting the city attorney to provide in closed session a detailed briefing of the legal basis for compelling Michael Jackson Memorial Event organizers to provide the cost reimbursements, including an analysis, etc. And then the second recommendation is request that the mayor and council member of the 9th District resume as soon as the criminal investigation into this matter conducted by the city attorney has resolved their discussions with the event organizers to seek reimbursements. So it's what council has been discussing.
Thank you.
Okay. We have that before us. If we can please open the roll.
And I'm sorry, Mr. President, you have
And on
4 and
four as
5
well.
together?
There's public hearings were held in both of these in committee?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody wishing to reopen them? Okay. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
And those committees are always great places to be heard as well, and that's where many public hearings happen. Those both are approved. If we can next take up item number 29.
And that was called special for cards.
Okay. We'll take card from the public on item 29. Wayne Spindler is our first speaker. After that is Dr. Clyde Williams.
Item 29, well, here's the big Christmas present, wrapped up in a bow. And this item number 29 is written completely in Mandarin, because what it does, it gives initials, the IBEW, that's the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. They supported Christine Essel, and they donated a lot of independent expenditure money to her campaign. And Paul Krikorian basically whitewashed her in CD2. So because of that overwhelming defeat for Essel, and I believe that endorsement had a lot to do with that, this motion should be tabled until CD number 2's representative, Paul Krikorian, is sworn in and seated to make the vote. This is a very important vote. Secondly, there's a mention that there's a 3.25%. 3.25% of exactly what, we don't know, except they're saying it's a cash payment, so therefore it's not going to cost the city, the general fund, $69 million. Well, you see, the DWP has to have a balanced budget. It can't make money out of thin air like the Federal Reserve can. So where's that going to come from? DWP rate hikes. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They'll cut services, repairs, maintenance, or they'll raise rates or a combination thereof. Another sneaky thing DWP does is they divide residential versus commercial and industrial rates. When you get a typical bill for a small office space, 800 feet, 700 feet, automatically before you use 1 kilowatt of energy, there are expenses totaling almost $22 on that bill before you turn on a light switch, which is different from residential. Finally, residential, the solid waste resource fee was just increased back from $50 for 2 months to $74 for 2 months.
Dr. Clyde Williams is our next speaker, and then Jack Humperville.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Clyde Williams, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Okay, the IBEW, what have they been doing with their money previously? However, put that aside. How do they contribute to the net surplus revenue which comes to the general fund? Are we paying for a higher net surplus revenue, which will come next year or the year after? How is this related to the rate increases? Will this be included as part of a rate increase? I hope not. However, I think it will be used as a justification for a rate increase. So in point of fact, they will generate more net surplus revenue in order to contribute even more to the general fund? I don't know. It's also reflective of the pension plan. Where will the pension plan go? How will it be affected by these increases? I reserve 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Umperville is our next speaker. After that is Zuma Dog.
Good afternoon. I'm urging you to reject the amendment of the MOU between the DWP and the IBEW for both economic as well as transparency reasons. On an economic point of view, the average rate increase over time, assuming you average everything out, it's going to be about 15% or $150 million. Where's that money coming from? When they went for their last rate increase, the DWP said everything's going to infrastructure. So where's the money for the pay raises come? In looking at this increase, this pay increase, I think it needs to be compared to what the city workers are, what's happening to the city workers, comparable city workers. Our city workers are getting sliced and diced. They're furloughed, they're getting extra payments for the early retirement plan, and that's nothing compared to what's going to happen next year as you try and close the $400 million budget and the years after that. They're just going to get murdered, and yet somebody else in the city family is going to get a 15% raise. DWP workers already command a 40% premium to city workers, according to Bernard Parks and other people for comparable workers. We have unfunded pension plans, ranging in the billions. Fortunately, we don't have any of the scandals associated with the fire and pension plan, as well as the Lacers. This was done in a non-transparent manner. DWP called a special meeting of its Board of Commissioners on December 1st. The agreement was signed on November 18th. Why do you have to have one day? I might say the same thing applies to the council that also had a special meeting on its board. Bob Cherry said it's going to be a $330 million savings. In that regard, this rate increase is going to cost us billions. I mean, I don't know where he got his numbers from, but they're extraordinary. I urge you to reject this measure. In part, not only because of the economics, but also the transparency, but also because of the image you, the City Council, will give to the rest of the city. And as I mentioned previously, you're going to need to come to the voters and ask for a lot of money in structures.
Thank you. Zuma Dog, is he here? Is he still gone? Okay. Barbara Monahan Burke.
Good afternoon. Barbara Monahan Burke, Studio City Neighborhood Council Board Member. We, the ratepayers of Studio City, oppose the extensions to the 2005-10 MOUs for the DWP units. There may be no impact to the general fund, but this is because you still have the money passed through to the general fund. But we, the ratepayers of Los Angeles, continue to pay higher and higher rates because of the disproportionate to even 40% higher than other comparable workers per Bernard Parks. Compensation to the DWP IBEW union members. This outrageous compensation might be suitable for line persons who have hazardous duty, but the rank and file DWP workers do not deserve this ever-increasing compensation. There are astronomical increases in fees to ratepayers while we conscientiously decrease our usage of water and power. Let the open, transparent process of discussion begin in earnest on infrastructure inadequacies and local independent solar options. We have not seen it yet. We need our independent ratepayer advocate. If the DWP unions spent their money on themselves and their families personally, rather than lavishly interfering with political campaigns, such as in CD2, aimed at constituent voters, they would not need untimely, exorbitant pay increases. Thank you for those of you who were listening.
Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate your comments. That will close our general public comment on this item. Mr. Rosendahl?
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I ask DWP to come on up? I got a few questions for them. Hold my time, please. John. I want the status of getting it. I want to do it. Good afternoon, lady and gentlemen. Good to see you. Bottom line, I have a few questions that I want to get some answers for. The first question is, according to the DWP fiscal impact statement, this contract that we are approving today will save an anticipated $360 million over the next 5 years. Can you explain exactly how these raises achieve that savings?
So let me break that up. First of all, Jeff Peltol, I'm the CFO for DWP. If I could break that up into two pieces.
Please do.
And there's really two pieces. The first piece is related to the 3.25% lump sum payment rather than an increase of the salaries.
Right.
And what that does is it really gives us three different benefits. One is it will keep our wages lower over the next 5 years. So half of that 360 that you're talking about $99 million in savings will be realized because the wages will be 3.25% lower for each of those 5 years. So the lump sum payment does not increase the wages, rather it's a lump sum payment, but the wage rate remains the same. So it'll obviously be 3.25% lower for each of the next 5 years. Additionally, overtime will be at a 3.25% lower rate for each of the next 5 years. And then the retirement, which is driven off of that. And the retirement, again, this actually helps the retirement liabilities because the amount of wages that will have to be supported will be reduced. That's about $69 million. And so that's where you get half of that savings, which is $180 million, thereabouts. And in the first year, I may add, cash-wise, we save about $10 million, even with the lump sum payment. The other $180 million, again, is where we treat it as you have to make some assumptions. So when it's up to $360 million, that additional $180 million is if you were to assume that the CPI will be 2%, and so if you compare 2% versus the previous floor of 3.25%, you would save on the wages about $106 million, the OT would be about 11, and the retirement would be $61 million. That, again, is dependent on the CPI, so I would hesitate to say that we know we'll save that amount. The last half of it is really assumptions, but if you assume the CPI will be less than 2%, at 2%, that's what you would save.
Okay. Next question is, why didn't we wait another year until their 5 years are up?
Well, they're making a concession this year, and we're actually saving some money over what we would be legally obligated to pay them. They have a contract that runs another year, so that we are, the concession they're making is that the money that we would be spending under the existing contract would require additional pension payments, and by converting it to a cash payment rather than part of their salary, we save money. Beyond that 1 year, the 4-year extension, I've been at it for some time, is pretty much in line with the kind of contracts that we had with IBEW over a decade. I understand this is a difficult decision for everyone involved, but let me just point out the Department of Water and Power is a business which is run by the city, and we have to pay the competitive price for labor, competing with the Edison Company and other utilities for much of the person power that we have, and then you have a salary structure that affects everyone, and it's been an item of contention, almost forever, because while DWP is part of the city, it is a business that's primarily responsible for keeping the lights on and trying to keep rates as low as possible. And indeed, we have a record over the years of having the price of electricity to the consumer about 20 to 30% lower than what the Edison Company charges. So we're doing, and at the same time, making a sizable contribution in lieu of taxes to the city treasury. The city owns us. We're paying what a private company would pay as a franchise tax or in lieu of taxes. And it's hard for everyone to understand in the community all this, and I'm sympathetic to the questions that are asked, but I think this commission is very cognizant with the fact that we are somewhat different.
Okay, let me ask you this quick question. I ran a business for a while, and I sat with the leadership of Adelphia, and I said my people were underpaid by 20%, which they were. And I said, we train these folks and they end up working for another company, okay? And I got a pay increase across the board for all my people. Of course, I got fired by his son and all that other junk afterwards, but the bottom line was, from a business perspective, is it a good thing for us to do this, or we're going to lose these folks? How are their wages compared with the Edison employees' wages?
They're competitive, and if we don't do this, we will lose key people, just as you say, so that it is a vitally good thing for us to do to approve this contract.
Okay, if I could ask Mr. Santetta to come up real quick, hold my time. I want to ask him something about what you made as your comment about the citizens are the stockholders, the investors, and a piece of the profit or margins have been going into the general treasury. Mr. Santetta, how much money do we get from DWP into the general budget last year?
Approximately $200 million.
Hold my time. $200 million. Do you see this in any way impacting that?
No, I don't. I've been reassured by the department that it will not impact that contribution.
In other words, there won't be less because this new contract goes into place.
That is correct.
Is there a chance it might be more?
The department is saying that, in fact, it may be more, and maybe that's a question for the department to answer.
Okay, very good.
I'm certainly not going to sit here and say it may be more.
I think the one thing it does do is that it helps us on the cash side because we are putting out less cash, certainly in this fiscal year, because of this agreement, compared to our financial plan.
To the extent that it relieves us of some pension obligations, it makes it more likely that we will have the surplus in the next year to contribute. But I'm not going to use the word more.
But not less.
Not less. Certainly not less, but no more.
Okay, well, that's nice to hear that. And here's the tough one with the constituents have all been banging on my door and talking about, and I'd like an answer in this. We've already raising the rates for our customers. I mean, people come up to me, our rates are going up, I'm paying more, with that guy can't afford more, who are actually our shareholders have to pay this. Will this cause us to raise rates more?
No, sir. We had anticipated in our financial projections
3.25.
3.25, so that this is in line with our projections.
It's actually, I mean, we had 3.25%, so all those savings that I was identifying to you earlier, that's what we forecasted in our financial plan. So certainly that $180 million, that will be less, and then it'll be CPI dependent for the other $180 million.
So the bottom line and conclusion is we, in our worst of times, which is it is now financially, and I'd like an answer from you on this, it's better to cut the deal now with those COLA and those other savings that could conceivably be $360 million than to wait in terms of our budget crisis.
Yes, and that's why I recommended it, because the COLA is something that was negotiated several years ago, and so the bargaining unit is entitled to receive it. By making it cash, it's an ongoing savings that we could count on, and that opportunity only exists today. It won't exist a year from now, and so that was a significant factor in our recommendation to proceed forward with this contract.
Okay, and last question to you. Are our rates to our customers, our stockholders, our city citizens cheaper than Edison? Are we competitive with Edison? Where are we in that mix as constituents?
We're between 20 and 30% cheaper than Edison.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Ms. Perry.
Thanks. My questions are for the Chief Administrative Officer, and I just wanted to get these answers on the record from the CAO. Just, again, in the most basic of terms so that people can understand the difference between the cash payment in lieu of a cost of living increase this year.
Well, it's been characterized in some reports as a bonus, when in fact it is not a bonus. The bargaining unit is entitled to receive this cost of living because it was previously negotiated. And so normally that would be...
In what year? Do you remember what year it was?
What year was that?
Or how long ago approximately?
About 4 years ago.
Okay. In a better economy.
In a much better economy.
Yeah.
The reason why this is beneficial is because instead of receiving it as a COLA, which will then become pensionable, it's being received as cash.
And tell people what pensionable means.
Means that when you retire...
Hold my time.
If it means that at the point of retirement, this COLA cannot be accounted for in your overall payment when you retire.
Now, in the process of negotiations, talk about what the ceiling and the floor of the IBEW cost of living increase was before and what it is now, and why that's an improvement.
Well, it's an improvement because what was negotiated prior, the floor was 3% and the ceiling was 6%. And in fact...
For people listening, just tell them what the C&E means.
The ceiling, the most that someone could receive was 6%. And in fact, just a year ago, the bargaining unit did receive a 5.9 increase based on that kind of formula. What we negotiated is something that's not as generous, with a floor of 2% and a ceiling, or the most they could receive, of 4%. In addition to that, what's driving what they end up getting at the end of the day is the cost of living, and if there is no CPI or a negative CPI next year, then they only receive a 1% that is a cash-only payment, not part of their overall base.
Now, does this current agreement allow for a base increase to salaries this year?
No.
And does it reduce the potential for increase in the future?
It significantly reduces the potential of increases in the future based on the previous contract.
Now, what does that do in terms of long-term pension savings?
Well, long-term pension savings, obviously, having smaller COLAs does play a significant role, but ultimately, our long-term pension savings are based on our ability to engage in some meaningful pension reform, which is what we will be looking to doing in the next year.
So just for the public's edification, was the IBEW contract open for renegotiation right now?
No, it was not.
And they came and engaged in a discussion with us anyway, is that correct?
That's right. We were approached by the bargaining unit.
And why did they do that?
It was shared with us in recognition of the economic climate that we're in.
So they made some adjustments, in other words, from 4 years ago. Now, what is this action we may take today? What does that foreshadow in terms of the pension system, or pension reform, if you will, for the future?
Well, this is one step in looking at the overall compensation that the DWP employees receive. We are in the middle of looking at a number of recommendations for pension reform here at the city, at the sworn level, as well as DWP. And within that context, the kinds of recommendations that we will be making to this council will look at the overall compensation that an employee receives in all three sectors. So some of the inequities that exist between the employees in City Hall versus the employees down the street, some of that could be possibly addressed through future pension reform.
Okay, so the issue of parity and the years of discussion we had on that will be substantially narrowed as we move forward?
That is what I'm hoping to recommend in January, correct?
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. LaBonge?
Thank you very much. Just very quickly, Mr. CAO, welcome. He's got a question being asked, but I got to ask him a question. Yeah. In the past, Mr. CAO, everything was always negotiated here in City Hall, and then it moved up the street, I think when Mr. McCarley left the city. Is it coming back here so everything's negotiated so we're consistent
That direction has been given by the ERC board.
So in the future, we'll see that, which I think is helpful to everybody. And also, members, I just happened to pick up my bill. I have my wife, Bridget, my son, Charles, my daughter, Mary Kate, where our bill is $473 for the month of August. I did pay it, Mr. Freeman. I just have a copy here. I know that it's being paid. But also, for the record here, a lot of this bill is our cost, not Water and Power's, our cost for sewer service charge, city utility, solid resources, and state energy, and municipal facilities. So out of my bill of $473, about $150 of it was city cost that is there. I think it's real important that we note that. I do want to see, Mr. Freeman, and I did spend a little time at 111 North Hope. I do think it's important, like Tommy Lasorda, when he was the manager, now Joe Torre up at the Dodgers, or any football coach, they evaluate their players. I think it's important that you evaluate your management team constantly, you know, every other 12 months or whatever it is, and then your employees as whole, because I know I found out that constant practice is not always there, because there's something that needs to be in these future agreements. Because I like coaches who evaluate players to say who's going to be best for the team and that they want to be on the team. It should be an honor to work at the Water and Power Department, an honor to carry the legacy that those who went before us did. So I'd like to ask you that we see that in the future, Mr. CAO and Mr. General Manager, that they do have that evaluation requirement for managers and management, and as you go through the management, that everyone up on down the line. I stop by every crew that I can working in the city streets in my district to thank them. I think it's real important that the work that they do and how they do it. And they're trying to bring the water and the power to the people. I also want to say it's important, too, that we have a relationship constantly with the city of Los Angeles. You are a business, but the city owns your business. And the city wants to see it done right. So I just wanted to stand to support this action today, future action that would include evaluations of your managers and I want to correct me, Madam Clerk, what's every 2 years? Every 2 years or what's the appropriate term?
Every 2 years.
Every two, thank you, Mr. President. You know, but on that issue there, and I do want to suggest, I've suggested this before, that maybe one be green, Water and Power, one be blue, City of LA, so people see the difference and they know that when they watch for that, when they get their bill.
Yes.
Anything you want to respond to, Mr. Freeman?
No, sir.
Okay, so but I want to see that in the next contract that we come forward, because I think it's real key. Do you want to answer that? Be good.
We have a performance review process, and I think it can be explained if you want to hear it.
If you would.
Sure. Cecilia Weldon, I'm the department's Chief Administrative Officer. Yes, we do have a performance review program. In fact, we're starting from the top down.
Right.
In fact, we've already completed the performance reviews for the executive team. So I've already been reviewed, and so that process has already started. And the intent, yes, is to now move it through the organization.
Good.
So we are moving forward with that. And I'd like to just make one correction that CEO Santana made with regard to, it was Councilmember Perry, she asked about the ceiling and also the floor for the contract. If the CPI is negative, what will happen for on October 1st, 2010, for that 1 year only, what they will receive is a 1% cash payment, as Mr. Santana said, but they will also receive a 1% increase to the base wage rate. So I wanted to make sure that we clarified that.
Good. And last thing, Mr. Rosendahl, I guess got to ask you as Chair of Transportation, we have to alter the restriction of doing infrastructure work in all times, because some crews are not able to get to their jobs because of a transportation restriction on street work. I think it's real important, Mr. Freeman, that we work with you to find a way to keep your guys working. They want to work, but sometimes we can have this restriction on what they call rush hour ban on traffic. They can't get their work done on a timely fashion. I want to find a way to keep them working so they can get the new infrastructure in. I got a number of emails because of the storm. The power goes out. It does get fixed, but we want to make sure the infrastructure is upgraded so it doesn't go out.
We'll follow up on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. LeBonge. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. I think I want to thank my colleagues. I think you well covered much of why it's important to get the facts out there, because this is an easy thing to kind of be, to get populist about and say things are terrible out there, let's not do this. It's very important for the public to hear again and again and again, there is a contract in place that this year legally they get an increase, and they came to us asking for that not to be on the base, which saves us money, which means every year we don't start at a higher step up for any raises, but we start at a lower place. And anybody who's ever looked at amortizing with their own savings, when you put a savings plan together when you're a young person trying to save up for your future, you know what it's like if you make that little withdrawal for a car, or if you're not disciplined, or if you miss a month. This is something that continues to give us, because it takes that base down. But also on the pensions, helps out the department, because the pensions also don't go up based on that base. That's a double savings, which is very good. Now, the second year from now, and it's on a different cycle than our civilian contracts, there is, while some people are going to be receiving zeros, that's when I think it's a fair thing for folks to say, why would there be an increase for that year, which is from 2 to 4%? Now, to put that in context, that's about 9 months, because of the way the contracts are done, 9 months that will have a minimum of 1%, if it's a negative CPI, to up to 4%. So that's the range. But within that 9 months, if you look at what they would have received just on this year alone, it's still most probably a savings over those 2 years, correct? Okay. I heard a yes from our CAO. That was not heard audibly for anybody who's watching us. Then the next year after that, when folks are saying, why do DWP employees make more? Can you, Mr. Santana, tell us what at least the coalition of workers will be receiving in that same then calendar year where there's overlap? What percentage increase will they be receiving based on earlier contracts that were then put forward?
I'll have Tom answer that.
Mr. Coltis? Why don't we...
Coalition contract.
You don't have to squat while you answer. We'll give you a full chair.
Coalition contract for that year would receive a 3% COLA and a 2.75 adjustment at the half-year point.
So in real world terms, they're getting a 5.75% increase on their pay.
Movement on the base projected for the following year, yes.
Yes. So their base will go up 5.75 versus 2 to 4. So when folks are asking why is there that disparity, I think that's a really good question. When Steve Lopez writes about, that's a great question. It's something that we've struggled with, inherited, and don't want to compound, because you're right. There are different jobs. If somebody's a line worker, that doesn't exist in the city, but a secretary versus a secretary doing similar work, it's something that we all want to be able to address and make sure that there's greater equity. This will do that then, and for those next 2 or 3 years, I believe, this is the coalition employees have that coming to them?
Yes.
Okay, so 5.75 for 3 years. The difference may be as low as 2 for 3 years, as high as 4 for 3 years, but at very least we're going to be seeing percentage increases to civilians that won't be mirrored by our DWP employees. So that will address some of that disparity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's a really important comparison for us to be making too, because I think as people cover this and look at this, they're saying, why should that be out there? Why do we have this disparity? We have to address that. And I appreciated as well what Ms. Perry said about the pensions, because I have to say, it's when she asked the question, why do they do this? Don't get me wrong, it's in their self-interest to have a pension fund that doesn't go off a cliff, but they're one of the first unions that's come forward saying, take something away from what we already have in place legally, what we don't have to give up legally, and we will do this because it actually keeps our pension in better shape. We will sacrifice something that's in our own self-interest, but it happens to be in the self-interest of the department and thus the city and the ratepayers as well. Is that right, Mr. Freeman?
That's correct. And I don't know that any value has been ascribed to something that I think is very important, and that is to have a long-term contract with your union to provide stability in the workforce and certainty. So the idea of getting another 4-year contract as part of this bargaining process seemed to me to be a very valuable thing to do because this is the one service that has to occur 24/7 or you hear from everybody.
Right. Well, let me conclude with this. I mean, I'm less interested in sending a message than in doing good public policy and doing well for the ratepayers and the public of the city. I've heard a lot of cries to send a message. I think not only would it might be the right message, but it would have the wrong effect. It would actually undermine, I think, where the message senders want to achieve or what they want to achieve. for us to do this going forward. And let me just ask as a point of information, Mr. Colta, or maybe Mr. Santana, if I can ask you to represent your memory of a council member who's not here. Mr. Parks, our great budget chair, would you say that he's probably the most fiscally liberal member of this council?
No, I would say he's the most fiscally conservative member of this council.
And in ERC and here, when it came to us, because it came to us first for initial approval, how did he vote, and was he for this?
He was in support of this agreement both in ERC and when it came before this body.
And are you interested in bending to union power, to recommending things that are just that we have to do, even if they make a little financial sense for the ratepayer or for the average resident in Los Angeles?
Am I interested in
Are you
that? No, I'm not interested in doing
And
that.
you recommend this as well?
That is correct. I am recommending this.
I understand the skepticism. I share the skepticism. Ms. Perry and I have sent back rate increases. We have a great interim general manager who's working with us to make the case of why rate increases should not just be rubber stamped, but if they're going to be out there, make the case, make it publicly. So I share that cynicism that's been out there. I share that skepticism, and I didn't come to it lightly. I also share the great history that Mr. Labange mentioned, but when the most fiscally conservative member of this council, who I appointed to be our budget chair for that exact reason, says this is a no-brainer, that we should be doing this, that this makes a lot of sense, when our CAO, who is every single day stressed out about our deficit, says to do this, and this actually saves us money, not the other, I think this is a good time to do this. So I urge your support again. We already all voted on it once, but I urge your support again. Let's get this done, and let's get on with the mission of delivering good, green, reliable power.
That matter
And water.
is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 6. That was called special by Councilmember Huizar, and an amending motion has been distributed on the Public Works Committee report.
Mr. Huizar, number 6, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I circulated a amending motion to that report. It requests that we adopt the Public Works report with one technical correction. I urge we adopt that. Thank you.
We have 2 cards, Madam Clerk. Has there been a public hearing on this? There has been a public hearing? Okay. We will file those cards. With the amendment, matters before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
Next item, please.
Next item is item number 7, and it was called special for cards, and no action is required on this item.
Zuma Dog and Superman. Superman is banned from the council. Zuma Dog's not here. Matters before us. Open the roll.
Mr. President, no action is necessary
No
on this
action?
one.
Fine. Okay, next item, please.
Next item is item number 10. That was called special by Councilmember Reyes, and there are cards on this item, and an amending motion has been distributed to council.
Mr. Reyes, we have Dr. Williams is the only one in the room with the card. Dr. Williams, you want to pass? Dr. Williams is going to pass. Mr. Reyes, number 10, sir.
Yep, colleagues, these are amendments that allows us to identify specific functions from different departments to make sure that policy and practice is being developed so we can have safe access to the river, that we have different studies and assessments of how we can move as a city to actually create an environment that creates access, safe access, while maintaining high priority for the flood control channel. And as we continue to move in that direction, we have a bike path that's being completed. There's several bridges that are scheduled for construction. We have a couple of parcels of land that we're looking at, one that was just acquired, and it all begins to create these links and very real relationships to our community. So I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Matters before us. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
Next item, please.
Next item is item 20, and that was called special for cards.
Number 20, that person's been removed. That matters before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
Next item, please.
Next item is item number 30, and that was also called special for cards.
That person is no longer here. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
Next item, please.
Next items, Mr. President, are on the special meeting. Would you like to recess the regular meeting and go to the special meeting for those items?
Yes, please.
First item is item number 33, and that was called special for cards.
That person is no longer here. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
Next item, please.
Item 34, also for cards.
That person, those people are no longer here. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
And item number 35, also for cards.
Wait a second. I'm being informed that 34 was special. 34 was called special? Oh, okay, 34 was called special. By me. So hold that on the table. Hold 34. Reconsider 34.
You have to reconsider item 34.
34, reconsider. Open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote. For reconsideration.
10 eyes.
Okay, that matter will be reconsidered. Next item, please.
Item number 35 was
Number
called
30
special for cards.
Number 35, we've got Mr. Weiss and Jerome Buckmelter. Mr. Weiss on number 35, sir. Pardon me?
Jerome, go first.
You want to go first, Mr. Buckmelter?
Sure, I'll do.
Either way, whatever your preference.
Well, I guess he can't talk, right?
Go ahead, sir.
I'll be really quick. My name is Jerome Buckmelter, and I'm representing the owner and developer of this project.
I got to talk.
And I have only 2 points to make. One is the crux of this whole meeting for us is a provision of some additional conditions of Track 65785. And it has to do with a purchase incentive provision. And this would give priority to future owners, to buyers. Police, fire, and public school teachers would have special provisions for purchasing these condo units. Now, so yeah, it has to do with affordability. And there was a citizen, Sandy Hubbard, who originally filed a complaint on this issue regarding this provision. But it has been resolved. She retracted the complaint, and I want to say that the owner-developer will comply with this condition. We have every intention, and we want to comply with this. And the second point I want to make is this: we're talking about this track map has to do with a 97-unit building that is completed, and we need to get. It's imperative that we get this track map recorded this year, and the reason is, at the beginning of 2010, there's a new track bonding period begins, and you have to file a bond estimate declaration. It takes several months, and then you end up with a bond estimate. Then you have to get a bond. It's virtually impossible to get a bond, a tax bond nowadays, because of the situation with a tight money supply and the problems that the bonding companies just won't do it anymore. It's just too big of a liability for them, and especially since this is a $200,000+ tax bond. So the result of this is, if this does not get recorded this year, what happens is this project fails. I don't think any of us, I know you don't, I don't want another
Thank you very much,
failed
sir.
project in the city of Los Angeles.
Our
Thank
next
you.
speaker will be Noel Weiss.
Council members, this was a project in Valley Village which the community was able to negotiate for affordable housing. City attorney said it couldn't be done. Everybody said it couldn't be done. What we're talking about is providing for teachers, firemen, and policemen. The middle class, this developer, to his credit, said, I will provide these discounts. This is an affordability covenant. Unfortunately, the city attorney at the time, Rocky, said, no, we don't do voluntary conditions. So I got this developer basically to accomplish this objective, put it in. Unfortunately, when it hit the Bureau of Engineering and your files and your approval, the affordability covenant disappeared. So we're back to bait and switch, Lincoln Place, all of these problems that we have when we can't get promises that are enforceable. So this developer, and for the record, what he agreed to do was record the promise against the property, which, if some of you remember, which is what I wanted to do on Lincoln Place. So, but unfortunately it didn't show up in the record. The developer has made his record here saying, yes, I'm going to do it. I promise to do it. We'll work out basically the protocol, and hopefully going forward in the future we can use this as some kind of a precedent so that rather than the citizens rely on the city attorney or on the bureaucracy. They will be empowered because technically under the law, in my opinion, if you violate a tract map condition, it's a technical nuisance. That gives the community the right to file a lawsuit to abate the nuisance. This empowers the people. It takes away any reliance on the city attorney because, again, the problem with Lincoln Place was the city attorney did nothing while the promise was ignored and not enforced. So I just want to recommend and kind of point out to you that this is another new alternative by way of being able to empower the people. It's appropriate, and I think, as I say, in this case, the reason why we're here at this point in time is because the Bureau of Engineering saw it and it was like, oh, gee, well, what do we do? This is like something that they've never seen before. But I wanted the council to see it. I wanted the council to understand it. And hopefully we can establish it. Thank you, Ms. Perry. Thank you.
All right. There are no speakers in the queue. Madam Clerk, if you would please open the roll on this item, close the roll, then tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item.
Next item, Madam President, is item number 34, and that was called special by Councilmember Zine.
Mr. Zine.
Rosendahl.
Thank you. And if we can get the representatives from personnel to please come forward. This matter concerns the early retirement incentive program where 2,400 employees are going to be retiring from the city of Los Angeles, and the 45-day application window is going to close December 16th. The concern we have is that most of these folks that are going to retire are senior members of various departments. Who's going to take those positions? We're not hiring. There's a very limited backfill, 7%, 6% the following year. Those critical positions, we need to put something in place where someone can step in on a 90-day program or some other program, consolidation, so we don't have these big gaps in the various departments, whether it be the sanitation department, transportation department, because 2,400 employees is a lot of employees. It'll free up the general fund, but the question is who's going to do that job when those senior people in the city of Los Angeles leave? So, Maggie, I'm sure you have the answer with Tom.
Wow, thank you for the compliment.
I don't mean Tom LeBone, I mean Tom Coltis.
We realize that it's very important that we use our remaining resources after ERIP as prudently as possible. In addition to ERIP, we also, I think departments are carrying a record number of vacancies that I'm going to assume will be swept by the end of the fiscal year. So that's going to contribute greatly to the problem. Preparing for the immediate exodus of valuable long-term employees requires the leaders of this city to identify critical functions and staff them accordingly to ensure that those services that are most important to our residents are able to continue. Our objective, the objective of the Personnel Department and the CAO, is to proactively consult with city departments to assist them in identifying their core functions based on priorities established by the mayor and the council. We have a plan. As we speak, are scheduling meetings with all city departments. The CAO and the Personnel Department will be meeting with those departments to determine what their goals are, what their mission statement is, what their strategic plan is, and how that coincides with the priorities of the City Council and the Mayor. We will be looking at current classifications and positions and the relationship of those positions to their goals. We'll prioritize positions based on importance in goal achievement. We will determine critical roles and positions, and we will be conducting a gap analysis to identify the most critical skills, knowledges, and abilities that we are going to have to fill after the ERIP takes place.
How many do we have signed up for ERIP at this time?
Tom?
At this time, we have 2,500 who have filed within the window period when it opened.
2,500.
And an additional 400 that had filed previously. So we are oversubscribed.
So 2,900.
By approximately 500.
So we're going to free the general fund from those salaries. But those positions is the concern.
2,400 positions, 2,400 individuals that are eligible for ERIP, they are across all funding sources at this point in time. The objective is to move as many of them initially the objective is to move everybody off the payroll immediately because we have a significant financial problem. After we get them off the payroll, then the objective is to move as many additional people from the general fund as possible into the special funds so that we can continue to retain that institutional knowledge and be able to be operational on the special funds. This will leave significant gaps on the general fund, and these are only the beginnings of those gaps, because next year we will have additional gaps as we attempt to address the $400 million shortfall.
And on the essential functions, we need to make sure that people can step in to perform those essential functions. That's the key, that we want to make sure we have that gap covered with the bridge. However, we're going to do that, which obviously is incumbent upon you folks.
That's an area that we'll be looking at as it relates to training and as it relates to broadening the classifications. So, you know, unfortunately, because this was not a targeted retirement program,
right,
we had to wait until everybody submitted their request, and now we'll work on what the impact is going to be. But I think that, as I said earlier, in addition to these individuals that are retiring, all city departments have a significant number of vacant positions that they also are not able to fill. So that increases the void that departments are going to be experiencing.
It makes it more challenging.
Right.
But the Personnel Department is working with the different city departments to address this issue.
Yes.
And to make sure that we've got some type of safety net so we don't end up with departments that have a huge gap where we don't know how to turn it on, where to turn it on, or when to turn it on.
Well, but I do want to caution you that this is significant. So I would love to say that I have a safety net that's available, but I don't know that I do. And that's what the next month is going to consist of, that we can meet with departments and we can talk to them and find out where their most pressing problems are going to be, and if there are options that we can take care of, we will. Otherwise, we'll be coming back to the council to discuss what we need to do, because I think that it's very important that the council be aware of those things that are not going to be able to be done as a result of this downsizing.
For the 2,400, which was our goal, because of the financial consideration, Mr. Coulter says it's 2,900 that put in applications. Can some of those be denied? Or do they all then qualify if we're at 3,000 instead of 2,400? We're saving money on salaries, but then we're sacrificing in the services, and some of those are critical services.
Right.
The provisions of the ordinance provided for us to do 2,400. We will do the 2,400 and then assess where we are. So the people that are above the 2,400 that are either in capped classifications and are excluded by virtue of the caps, or they filed because they were in a classification that was not even included, those people will be excluded as well. But the intent is to get the 2,400, get them off the payroll immediately, and then assess. It may be necessary to move additional ones into the retirement plan, but those individuals above the 2,400 are not guaranteed at this point in time of anything under ERIP.
So when can we get, the last day is December 16th. That's where ERIP application window closes. When can we get back from the Personnel Department the review of whatever else we have to do so we don't have a crisis mode the first part of 2010?
Well, we'll do everything in our power to do that, but just as an aside, I have 55 people from the Personnel Department who filed for ERIP. So there's a significant burden on the Personnel Department that we're going to have to address as it relates to how we do our job. But this is a priority for us.
And I know that people are used to the services that we provide, whether it be Personnel Department, Information Technology, Sanitation, whatever. We are going to save money for the budget with these folks retiring, which comes out of the pension funds. But then again, that's going to affect the services that we deliver, our critical functions, police, fire, paramedic. We will still maintain those. We're not talking about cutting back on those. We're talking about cutting back on the support functions that the city provides for those other services.
Yes, but always keep in mind, if the support functions don't exist, the direct functions are not going to be able to do as well as they ought to be doing. The best analogy that I can use is you take a piece of Swiss cheese And that's what our organizations are going to look like, because the people who are leaving are sometimes the people who are the most critical to the operation. So those are the gaps that we're going to be responsible for closing. And I just want to make sure that I don't overpromise to the council that I've got some magic in my pocket, because we're just going to be in the same boat.
Mr. Zine, if you could press your button again.
Just one closing comment. Mr. Reyes has mentioned many times the planning department, a lack of personnel before this began. So it's obviously going to affect a lot. We just want to make sure the personnel department's on board, aware, and doing what they can do to help make sure we've got those functions covered.
And we absolutely will do that.
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. Mr. Rosendahl, you may sit down.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Look, I'm worried about this. I really have literally had some sleepless nights. Why? Because employees come up to me and they say, I've been wanting that job a couple of layers above me for a long time, and now it's becoming vacant. But no one has trained me for it. What process is in place for each and every one of these 2,900 folks, say we go down to the 2,400 or 2,000, whatever we actually end up with, that you can look me in the eye and say, Mary has left, but her functions are being carried on by Sue or by Tom? What guarantee? I don't want anybody to leave under ERIP until that function is taken care of. Tell me.
Well, I think that that's a question that you would have to pose to the individual general managers. I have a process in place within the personnel department, and I think that, in the planning department or whatever department we're talking about, that's something that the general managers should be working on, and that's something that we'll be discussing with them over the next month.
Yeah, but look, next month the horse is out of the barn. These people are having goodbye parties every minute of the day. I'm worried about right now through the holidays, and when I come back after recess and I want the door open, I don't have the key, Councilman. I mean, what about the reality of them flying the coop without us putting in place somebody that can do the job? Can we put it on hold until we get comfort on each one of these departments, be it planning, be it DOT, be it these others?
No, we cannot put it on hold. The reason we did this was because we do not have the money for the existing staff. We have to get these people off the payroll. And so this process has to go forward. Every single general manager...
Hold on for a second. These people are the ones running the show here. They've been around 20 years, 25 years. They're between 50 and 60 years old. They're really running this city, not us electeds. We tell them to do it, and they do it. But the bottom line is we don't know how to do it ourselves. How can we lose the brain drain? How do we run our city during this process?
And the bottom line is we take out 2,400 people.
Hold my time, please.
We will see service impacts. There is no other option. There is no other option. And this 2,400, as I indicated before, is just the beginning of what we face next year as we attempt to close the $400 million problem. So the problems that exist today will be compounded again. In terms of getting everything to run, we can do some of this stuff with 90-day appointments, bring people back, etc., but we don't have the money for that. So the 90-day appointments, while they may be important for absolutely unique, critical job retention in order to maintain some institutional knowledge in a unique area, that will be appropriate, but departments will not have the flexibility in their salary account to do very much of that. The reality is we have to restructure. And the layers in the organization are going to be diminished through ERIP. If there was a value in ERIP, it was that the management tiers in the organization were the ones that were the more likely to leave by virtue of having been here longer. Now, can we operate this city without all of those tiers? In some areas, no.
Do we know which areas where the answer is no that might be critical to the constituent and to the city as a city functioning?
I can't answer that at the moment in terms of the specific line functions. The areas where we're seeing difficulty initially, based on what the data we have, the librarians are leaving, but they were capped. So library service hours are going to be put at risk. the number of mechanics and the people in the fleet operation that sustain the vehicles that allow the fire department to respond, allow sanitation to do their jobs, allow the police department to respond. We're losing a lot of those, and replacing that ability to get cars maintained, trash trucks maintained, is going to be a significant challenge for the organization. In the accounting series, we're losing significant accountants, and it will be a challenge to maintain our fiscal responsibility across the board, and also in HR, where, I'll give you the example of the library department. In the library department, every single person in their HR operation has filed for ERIC. Does that mean that HR in the library will stop? No. We will have to find an alternate way of delivering that product. And will it be easy? No. This is going to be terrible, frankly. It is going to be very, very hard. But that said, this is just the beginning. Next year is worse.
Okay, but how about getting each department head to come before us, before we go on recess, and tell us how their matrix is going to work to provide critical services to our constituents?
Well, can I just say that each department head is only just finding out who has filed? I mean, the filing is not even
I understand that, and
closed.
she's still running my clock, though you were talking. I'm tired of that. They're going to squeeze me out of my moment, okay? My bottom line is this. We cannot let people leave unless their functions, if their critical functions to running this government are gone. And I want to throw up my hands and say, oh, well, we just don't have the money and it's going to get worse next year. I want each department head to give me their org chart and explain where their vulnerability may happen that could impact critical services to the people. And I don't want that person leaving with a golden parachute future and no one filling that job. Can we do that?
Well, I think that sort of the golden parachute option is already, that horse is out of the barn.
Yeah,
These
but I don't
people
want
have
them to leave
signed
yet.
up, and the question is the departments have to look at who is leaving and how they are going to, who is performing critical functions, and if it is a critical function and it's not going to be performed by an incumbent, who they're going to assign it to, or
I
how
want
they're
that
going to
report
do that.
now before we go on break.
Well, again, December the 16th is the last day to file for this program. Right. So I think that the department heads need a bit of time in order to evaluate this themselves and come up with some solutions.
Mr. Rosendahl, she's saying that we have the deadline till the 16th. We go into recess on the 18th. 16th, we go into recess on the 16th. Our last day of council is December the 16th.
Yeah, but Madam President, what if between the 16th and when we come back in January, people leave that know where the keys are or the lights are, and we've trained no OJT, no on-the-job
She said
training?
she was, I think, 50, how many people down?
With regards to people leaving, with regards to people leaving, we had 51 people leave on December 5th. We are projecting to have another 350 people on January 2nd. And then in February 2nd, we will have an additional batch. The transaction time is limited by the ability of LACERS to process these people off the payroll. So they are comfortable doing 350 a month. We will have time to do all 2,400, and we have structured it so that the department heads are telling us now who the top 5% are. Who are the 5% of the people in your department that you absolutely positively have to keep? In building and safety, for example, they have 113 people leaving. Now, in building and safety, they're on the enterprise fund. Building activity is down. Having 113 leave, maybe they don't have a absolute critical problem, but I'll give you one example. They have a guy who's an expert on billboards. They need him for a brief period of time. Keeping him for a while makes sense. And so we have provided that opportunity to put that person at the
but
end of the
I'm
queue.
more concerned about transportation and planning, to be honest with you. Transportation, we got to move our cars around. We have to collect the money from the meters. We need to make certain streets certain ways as a critical part of providing flow of traffic. Are we going to lose in that department critical people that have those levers? Same thing with planning. I hear the rumor, you can throw money at me, Councilman, but I have no bodies there to do the planning. So all planning, which means projects, which means business, are also in jeopardy. Those two departments I'm more worried about than building and safety.
Planning department has 40 people that have filed for ERIP, and it will significantly impact their operation. The Department of Transportation has 161. Same thing. Now, we have a fair number of capped classifications in DOT because of traffic officers where our intention was to continue to be able to generate revenue. So I don't know exactly whether the 161 is all of them are eligible or not, but every single department in the city is going to be faced with exactly the same thing. We've accumulated a massive number of vacancies that we used to fund. People used to be in those jobs and used to provide services. Those are all gone, and they're not coming back. And on the ERIP positions, we're limited to the 7% backfill. And we will move people to the maximum extent possible to get them into all of the critical assignments. But at the end of the day, we need 2,400 people, minus 7%, off the payroll and gone. And as I said, that doesn't address next year.
Yeah, I just hope, Madam President, that we could, when we come back in session after the holidays, first order of business is have every department come before us and share with us how it impacts our services in the city. Since not all of them are flying the coop over the holidays, maybe 350 are, but we still have the opportunity, I hope, to review some of these critical positions and see how we transition out so that the constituents get their tax money's worth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. And Ms. Hahn is our next speaker.
Very good.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate this. I think we're all very, very concerned about this, but I just want to, remind us that this was, what we voted for, and we voted for it. Let's remember, so that this Christmas we wouldn't have 2,000 families that would have been laid off, by us as another way to close that budget gap. So it was either this or it was going to be massive layoffs. So take a little heart. That at least we don't have members of our city family who, were sort of thrown out because we had to lay them off at this very, very critical time. So I agree it's going to cause problems. One of the things I'm concerned about, and it's up to the will of the body how you want to, go through this, but I don't want to instruct our departments to do a lot of report writing on how they're going to solve the problem of every person that leaves and how they're going to fill it. The people that were going to be writing those reports are probably one of those that are not going to be there anymore. And I'm not sure I want every general manager to spend a lot of time coming before a bunch of committees trying to tell us, how they're going to solve the problem. I hope at this point, this is certainly challenging, but, we've got good general managers hopefully in place who, are taking a good hard look at this and are going to figure out how to continue in the best way possible to deliver the services to the people. I think we're all concerned about this. I just don't want to, we're thinning the ranks out there, and we want to make sure that most of the time, most of the energy, most of the resources is actually going to running the departments in a productive way and ultimately delivering the services, whether it be planning or sanitation or rec and parks, to our constituents. So I'm not going to be one that is going to be looking for, really micromanaging this process and making sure that there's a report on the impact of every person that's retiring early. I really want Maggie and everyone to, obviously you've got a huge challenge. The Swiss cheese analysis was very, very visual but very daunting. But I really hope that you're just, everyone's meeting regularly, the mayor's meeting regularly with general managers, making sure that we're managing this in the best way possible. But I think within resources, colleagues, I want them just doing the job like we've told them to do, and we should, at this point, give them some empowerment to run their departments without necessarily reporting exactly or having a plan for every single person that's leaving. That would be my wish, but you all can do what you want.
And our primary purpose for meeting with the general managers is to see if we can assist them and to determine whether there are barriers that are interfering with their ability to resolve their problems and try to come up with ways that we could circumvent that.
That's good. I mean, that's good. So, I mean, again, we voted for this. We had these discussions when we were thinking about whether or not to do this. If this was a good way to solve our budget crisis. We all felt it was. It's going to be a problem, and we trust that you all will really reach down deep into your creative, abilities and skills and manage this early retirement as best as possible. And to me, it's still much preferable to having laid people off. Thank you very much.
All right, our next speaker is Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Madam President. First, Maggie, I want to thank you and the staff for being so forthright and clear. We can't mince any words, so I appreciate what you're saying. But I also wanted to ask you, within our systems process, without creating more work, do you have the capacity to identify which function departments actually are revenue generators that connect to the lifeline of the city and how money flows in and how we collect? Do we have that capacity within our systems? Please hold my time.
Clearly, we have a very clear understanding of those jobs that are directly connected to revenue generation. When you think of the direct connection to revenue generation, traffic officers obviously are revenue generating, staff in the finance department that collects business tax, revenue generating, and then think of building and safety, processing permits and those types of things. And then there are the tangential ones, which I would put planning in, which is a little longer term in terms of generating business activity, which will eventually drive revenue back into the city of Los Angeles. So in terms of, and this ultimately is the policy decision the council will be faced with, which is where are we going to put our very, very precious general fund resources. And some of those resources, it's very clear public safety is our number one priority. And beyond that, significantly difficult choices are going to have to be made between those things that develop the future of the city versus those things that potentially create dollars today.
When you say tangential, it's almost like, I don't want to make it sound like it's secondary, but it's the way to describe its relationship when you have cash in your hand versus collecting, not collecting. So from that point of view, I understand. But I do know there's several zoning administrators. Just speaking with the director, these zoning administrators actually review cases of where buildings can be built, how they will be built. Some are commercial, some are industrial, some are residential. When that stops, there's an amazing multiplier effect that begins to affect the economy of scales within our city. And so, you're right, it's a policy decision, but I want to just bring that to light since we're describing the impact. Today, for example, all of the folks who are working on community plans, maps, and maps that have to do with how we move forward with our cases were put on hold to do the maps for the medical marijuana analysis. So the folks that, there's I think two or three are retiring in that mapping section who will be leaving. And so our ability to make informed decisions will be severely curtailed. Every department has a significance. Everyone is important. But I think at this time, and I would be the first to say this, that we should identify where the revenue impact will occur and start prioritizing those positions so that we don't completely cut ourselves off from recovery. And so if and when the federal dollars do start coming in, and if and when the shift begins to move in a positive direction, we have the toolbox, the skill set, the capacity to get us out of this hole. So you're saying it's going to get worse. I keep thinking, if we can move in a proactive fashion in the next year or two, let's understand we're going to hit bottom, but as soon as we hit it, we have the capacity to come back up. So, colleagues, I would hope that, and I asked the director to give me a summary in committee of what they prioritize, how they will prioritize, and how we look at the revenue-generating functions. So that way we can start at least identifying a semblance of understanding of what it takes to get out of this hole. So, granted, we're going to suffer. We're going to suffer in a big way, and it's going to be proportional to our poverty levels and all that other economic relationships. But I think we should at least start evaluating our systems to see if we can just start identifying, without creating more work, if it's anywhere in our codes, in the way we identify these positions, and start just putting a star or some kind of a marker that begins to indicate these revenue-generating positions. At least know that we're not completely severing that umbilical cord that gives us that nourishment and gets us to a place where we can start that upswing. So I think that is one approach to take as we move forward.
Yep,
Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon, and then Mr. Zine has...
True, but can I get a roll call? It doesn't look like there's 10 members present, and I'd like to get a voice call, please.
We have 10 on the board. If you can do a roll call for us, Madam City Clerk.
Where?
Mr. Alarcon?
Thank you.
I'm here.
Please, okay. Ms. Han?
I'm here.
Mr. Rizar? Mr. Labange?
I was being briefed by staff. Could you retell me the question?
Yeah, are you here? Are you here, Mr. Labange? Yes.
Councilmember Perry?
Here.
Mr. Reyes? Mr. Rosendahl?
He's right there. Mr. Rosendahl is in the chamber.
Mr. Wesson?
Mr. Rosendahl is in the chamber.
Mr. Zine? And Mr. Garcetti?
Here. Mr. Garcetti is here.
I'll go see if he's in the bathroom.
We'll proceed to the restroom. Mr. Zine, while we are waiting...
Just a comment, a personal preference, if I could, please.
You mean privilege?
To expedite this.
Privilege.
Personal privilege.
Excuse me, there's only 9 members present right now.
All right, just hang on for a
Do
second.
I still have personal privilege at 9?
You have no privileges at 9.
No
Mr.
privileges.
Zine.
You're taking my
Nor do
privileges
you
away
have
again.
preference.
Again, my
Nor do you
privileges
have
are gone.
preference. No privilege nor preference.
Thank you.
Mr. Wesson is in the chamber. He's
There he
right
is.
there. So please, Mr. Zine, you had a point.
To expedite this, it's 2:30 on Friday. I know that many people have activities. What I will offer, as the chair of the Personnel Committee, to have this matter, not with a lengthy report, not with belaboring for the general managers. All the general managers are responsible to the mayor. We need to make sure we deliver service. To have this fully explored with the director of personnel and how we can bring back a nice package on those critical functions to get this resolved instead of going through piecemeal. And if Maggie Whalen, we could do that, and then we could conclude this matter, and I will pledge to come back in an expeditious manner to bring this forward to all of you.
Is that okay with everybody on the queue, Mr. Okay, Mr. Labange,
Committee
there's an
chairs,
objection.
and I was on the queue,
Okay, Mr.
so
Labange,
it's my
is that-
turn.
I was trying to
I
expedite
understand
Mr.
that,
Labange.
Dennis. I understand
If I
that.
can have order in chambers, guys, hold
We'll
on.
stay all day, I don't care.
It's okay. I just asked if there's an objection. People can object, and we'll continue. Don't worry. Everything's calm. Everything's good. Mr. Labange, I'll
I have
ask that
a
of each of the
suggestion
next
that I would
speakers.
like Mr. Garcetti to evaluate and make a recommendation. I work with the various departments. As Tom spoke of right here, they're working on it right now. I think in January, at a committee meeting of Arts and Parks, the city librarian, the general manager of Recreation Park, the other departments, cultural affairs, should come and report on their progress to the committee to give us an idea. I think we should publish this out, because I don't believe personnel could handle the load. I think we need to do it individually. As departments, you invite transportation, see what the challenges are. I just think that's a better suggestion. That's what my suggestion. And also, I did receive a letter, from my senior center. They're upset that their gardener caretaker is leaving. That gardener caretaker is affected by this program because he's now going to have to put into a team and not just do Las Palmas, but do a variety of centers. This is the reality. Also, there's 110 vacancies in the library department, and they project 100 people will be gone because of ERIP. That's 20% of their workforce. That will have an impact on that. We need to do it in committee and have a discussion, and I think we should probably, I would certainly love to advertise this for your deputies to come to represent your interests and concerns, because this is a different course, much different than 1978 when Proposition 13 passed, and the biggest significant change was there were 5 on an engine company, went down to 4. There were 247 trucksters. They were the gentlemen who worked for street maintenance at the time that swept curb returns. They were eliminated, and 8 painters lost their job totally from that. So I would say we do it by committee individually as see how it goes, as opposed to putting the pressure on Mr. Zine.
Just respond. I think to make it easy for everyone, if a council member wishes for the committees that they govern to have those individuals come forward, that's fine. And if you don't, you want to push it on a personnel, I'll be happy to take that responsibility. Either way, I think if we could continue the debate today, we're not going to resolve it, but obviously we have some questions. It's going to take some time, but I don't want to burden the general manager with lengthy reports because that's not going to help us. Right. So Mr. Labange's idea is great. If people want to send it to personnel, if you want to do it in your committee, either way, I'm available either one as the chair of personnel.
Thank you, Mr. Zine.
Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Huizar are still on the queue. Mr. Alarcon and then Mr. Huizar.
Yeah, members, we have tasked our bureaucracy with one of the most complex setups that I've ever seen in the 20 or more years I've been affiliated with the City of Los Angeles, and I think to burden them further with a series of unnecessary meetings is really going to make it more difficult for them to get about doing the work that they need to do. We gave them a task. We trusted them with that, and I think they're doing a phenomenal job. In fact, they did so well, we are exceeding our goals. So to get ticky-tack about where these positions are going to be is I think, unnecessary. I want to commend the CAO and the Personnel Department for the incredible work you're doing. And I don't hand out compliments that often, but frankly, I think that I, for one, don't want to get in the way of this steamroller. We created it, let it go, and I trust Mr. Zine will manage it effectively as well. I don't want to disrespect him. So if there are side briefings that are necessary to educate those who don't understand this system, then those meetings should be held. But frankly, I think we're wasting time, and that's time that's valuable to get on with the system that we are trying to get on with. And so, no, thank you very much for the incredible work you're doing.
Thank you.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you. I'll keep my comments short. A lot has been said, but we have to address this head on. Services are not going to be received by constituents. And back in June, I introduced a motion that called for the exploration of joint labor management committees in more of our departments, because that communication exists when labor is talking to management, and you start talking about how do you address issues such as the brain drain that happens when you have ERIP or people are leaving with a lot of experience. And that is usually a forum where some of these departments that have these committees, they are able to discuss this, transfer the information, the skills, and better be prepared when the senior level people leave. So Mr. Zine, I would hope that as we move forward with this, if you could schedule that motion that we introduced that talks about joint labor management committees as a possible, not a solution, but it would help us deal with this matter, and it might be one tool in the toolbox to help us with this. And finally, I think what we also need to address as well is that what I hope is not happening is that these departments are saying it's that crazy city council that gave us ERIP, and those people are retiring and we're just doing what we're told. I mean, we want to also see real leadership from all levels that help us resolve this. They have better information than we do to address this holistically and comprehensively. So if that is happening, if they're just blaming the people that make these decisions and not helping come up with solutions, I hope we could all kind of get a forum and work together and get us all out of this so we could make sure that services continue to be provided to our residents irrespective of the tough budget decisions that we've had to make. Thank you.
All right, that is our last speaker. So we will have the committee process available to folks who need further updates, and Mr. Zine has offered his committee as well, but thank you for that information, and we will note and file what we heard otherwise today. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. President,
Yep.
did you wish to note and file then this motion, or?
Yes, if there's no objection, we'll note and file the motion, and then we can take into committee any of the updates. Is that okay? Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
So noted and so filed. Next order of business.
That would conclude the special meeting. Do you wish to adjourn and go back to the regular meeting?
It would be our great pleasure to adjourn that and to come back to the regular meeting. And now it's regular meeting, next order of business.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
We will go ahead and post and refer those.
And there is an excuse on the desk. Councilmember Cardenas requests to be excused Tuesday, December 15th for city business that meets council policy.
Okay, Mr. Cardenas is excused.
And that clears the desk.
All right, colleagues, just a reminder, next Friday, a week from today, we will not be in session. That we have meetings on the 15th and the 16th, the Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, and then council will be in a recess till January 5th. That's just our official council meetings. Of course, besides holidays, our council offices are open and working hard on constituent work, as we all are as well. Mr. Rosendahl, you have an announcement as well?
All of us have holiday parties this weekend, so I'm not going to talk about all the great parties that everybody's having and parades and everything else, but I want to make one little historic footnote. On Sunday the 13th, it will be 1 year since the 1,400 ancestors of the Gabriela Indians were put back in the ground at Playa Vista. I've been there lately to see all the growth that they planted, all kinds of vegetation on a sacred Indian mound, and I just want to say that year anniversary means a lot, not only to the Indian nation, but to the community around it. And I want to thank Playa Vista publicly for working with us and accomplishing that just about a year ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Weezer, do you have an announcement? Mr. Weezer?
Thank you very much. And colleagues, I also want to congratulate a Los Angeles legislator that was recently nominated as the next Speaker of the California State Assembly. He resides in the East Side, Assembly District 46. And Mr. Bill Rosendahl, I think give you the pleasure to say that he is the first openly gay Speaker.
It's a wonderful moment for the gay and lesbian community to have the first speaker in the history, frankly, of the nation, if I'm not mistaken, besides California, and so that the gender reality is no longer an issue, a discriminatory issue in the political process in California, and it says a lot to everyone all over the country, and I dare say all over the world, that one's sexual orientation has nothing to do one way or the other. That's just a private, personal situation, and he's a great guy, and he's a great leader, and so we're very proud of it.
Said it much better than I would.
And we're speaking, of course, about Assemblymember John Perez. Mr. Reyes.
And I'd like to chime in on this. And I've had the privilege of knowing Mr. Perez since he was organizing, well, before that, growing up in Cypress Park, in Northeast LA. And so I say that to the young people who are listening, that a gentleman from Cypress Park, from Northeast LA, is now the Speaker of the Assembly. And I like the way he said it. He said, it's not about me. It's more about how California has allowed a place at the table for everyone. And that is what's significant. So kudos to John Perez and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes, and definitely our deepest congratulations to John. He's a fabulous representative of Los Angeles area, keeps a tradition strong that our mayor, our colleague, Mr. Wesson, and a number of other legislators, all from Los Angeles, have held for the last, I think, 5 or 6 speakerships. So it certainly does us all well to have a great LA speaker in John Perez. We wish him well when that becomes more formal. We're having Echo Park Christmas Parade as well this weekend. I know Mr. Reyes and I are both helping put that together. That'll be at 12:30 on Saturday. So come out, rain or shine. We're going to have a Christmas parade, a holiday celebration in Echo Park. Any other announcements, colleagues? If not, do we have any adjourning motions today? If I can ask folks to please rise for our adjourning motions. And Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would appreciate it if we would all sign on to this. This is an adjournment in memory of Mrs. Constance Simmons, who's the mother of the late Randall Simmons. She was born in Norfolk, Virginia, February 28, 1931, and she lived in North Orange County for the last few years of her life. She was an accountant. She has 3 surviving sisters, 7 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. She was admitted to St. Jude Hospital in Fullerton several weeks ago for kidney failure and was placed on dialysis. She recovered enough where her kidneys were working on their own, but other health issues arose. Her health declined rapidly, and she passed away on Sunday, December the 6th, at the age of 78 of natural causes. And may she rest in peace. I think it would be a very nice gesture on behalf of our body to make sure that we all signed on, since the Simmons family has been through so much. So thank you for all your support.
We'll put all members on that, Mr. Rosendahl.
Miss Daisy Crane passed away yesterday at 10:30 in the morning of natural causes. We will have a formal comments on it next Tuesday, but she's from the Palisades, and it happened so suddenly, and she was a great community activist. I was just with her the week before. She had just put on a symposium also with our police and other service departments up there. An incredibly great lady. It's a shock to the Palisades, but more will come next Tuesday when I go through the official motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. If there are no other adjourning motions, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? Stay dry, stay warm out there. This meeting of the Los Angeles City Council is adjourned. Have a great weekend. We'll see you on Tuesday for our next meeting. That's December 15th, Tuesday at 10 a.m. here in Council Chambers.